and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Calling the roll, Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Dorr.
Here.
Delgado, absent at this time. Weber.
Here.
Jardin.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you for item A3.
Thank you. It should be, our first item today is public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized for possible action today. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers. Additionally, if you are in the attendee room of our Zoom meeting and you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter is Ryan Masano.
All right, good morning, Ryan. Or now, yeah.
Good morning. If you Google my name online, well, first of all, let me say it's a pleasure to see all of you. Good morning. I've looked over all of your biographies, and there's issues that I relate with a lot of you on. As for me, the only recommendation I have is I am self-educated, and I've always asked the question, what anybody learned in college that any of us who go online or the library cannot learn as well. Nobody's ever told me anything, so I'm still waiting to hear that answer. But I know we've been taught that our truths should be subjected to the scrutiny of experts, and if they are not, that we should not accept them. That's why a lot of us just got vaccines and we're wearing masks, because we listen to the experts. But what I'm up here today to say is I come from California. I was in North Dakota for about 7 months. I just traveled through 48 states in America in the last 2 years. And so I have my own website, which all of you have. But I'm not here to talk about subjective truth. I'm not here to talk about my truth. I'm here to talk about objective truth, something that's true for all humans in all times and in all circumstances. That's what I'm here to talk about. And I could talk for 24 hours on that, but I've only got 3 minutes. And I'll probably be back tomorrow and the next day, because I see you have 3 meetings. My time here may be limited, but what I'm here to talk about is who is controlling this country right now. It is not our political parties. In every city that you go to in America, you go and you see which entities have the nicest buildings. It's the banks. The banks run this nation. The banks run the entire world. They're behind this war that's going on. They're behind COVID. Now, because we've all been trained in school what to question and what not to, if I told you who's responsible for the banks, a lot of you would immediately shut down and think that I'm a very bad person. So I'm not going to tell you who's behind it right now, because it's just not time for that. But I will tell you this. It started in 1913. The Federal Reserve's establishment is what is the root of this problem. The Federal Reserve, its owners are the most evil people in human history. They're behind communism. They murdered 100 million people in China and in Russia. The owners of our American Federal Reserve are not American citizens. Our taxes are going to people who are not even citizens of this country, who funded the murder overseas of 100 million people. So I state that twice for emphasis. But it is necessary that we know this, because our media is controlled by it. The schools are controlled by it. The Republican and Democrat presidential candidates for ever since Woodrow Wilson in 1913, have all been controlled. Trump against Biden is an illusion. They're both controlled by the same puppet masters. So I'm not going to be able to conclude like I want, but I'm not going to go over my time. So
But you have 10 seconds, so you got time.
Yeah, but I thank you for your attention, and I will be back. Thank you kindly.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay. you
So
so
we're
much.
moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, may I get a motion to approve? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, back to you, Madam Clerk. I think we will go into B1, presentations. Unless, City Manager Doug Thornley, do you have anything you want to
No,
add or
that's it.
subtract from the agenda?
Nope, we are on to B1.
B1's off the
stop before
agenda.
we get
We're done.
I am thrilled to ask our interim finance director, Vicki Van Buren, to come up. And Vicki's got a big part today. Obviously, she has a big part throughout all the budget hearings, but you're going to hear from her a lot today. She'll line out sort of the order of battle over the next 3 days, and then she'll get into the broad financial overview of the city, but with particularity, the general fund. That's what we're
Okay.
going to spend most of our time these 3 days talking about.
All right, well, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
And so the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. We do have, like Manager Thornley said, we have a presentation for you today. And really the agenda here is going to be in two parts over this 3 days. The first part is going to be the presentation by finance here, which will be me doing the budget development. Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't say Vicki Van Buren, interim finance director. The budget development, how we come about to develop the budget, what we go about as far as looking at projections for moving forward and putting that together. Reviewing the general fund for finance in particular. The general fund is the heaviest lift for us to put together because it has so many moving parts in it. And that's why we tend to start with that one at the very beginning. And then additional funding opportunities, we'll discuss those very lightly, and then you can get into those more with the department presentations, which is really part 2 of this agenda that's been prepared for you. So when part 2 comes up, we have that divided up into the 3 days for the departments to come up. The first day is set up for mostly the administrative departments. The second day is for police, fire, and public works, and then the third day will be city manager, development services, parks and rec, and then utility services. So when we develop the budget's really, this looks linear, but it's really a cycle. As soon as one part ends, it starts again, so it's really kind of more of a circle, not a straight line like you see on here. Budget development starts in August, September every year, where we look at our current staffing levels and we start trending those out. Usually council meets for strategic planning sessions sometime between December and April of each year. And then we always do a January budget kind of kickoff mid-year review. That was done this year in January to give you a mid-year point to let you know where we are in the current year, and that's when we really start looking at the revenue projections for next year because we need those data points to move forward at that point. Council budget workshops occur in March. These are our first series of those, and then again in May we'll have more workshops before the final budget adoption occurs. We always start the budget with the council's overarching goals because those really drive how we develop the budget, what items go into the budget, and what items are brought forward by the departments for council consideration. They always look to make sure that the items that they're bringing forward meet council's goals and meet the goals of the community. The current budget as we have it, as it was adopted, is $753 million. That does include the redevelopment agency down at the bottom. The general fund, like I mentioned before, that is the largest fund. It accounts for $235 million in the current budget that was adopted. That's about 30% of the total city budget. And again, like I mentioned, it's the biggest lift budget-wise for finance to put that one together just because of all the pieces. The revenues for the general fund are $232 million. Most of that is C-tax and property tax. C-tax is 36%, property tax is 27%. So together that accounts for 63% of all the revenues for the general fund are just from those two revenue sources, and it's about $150 million. On the expenditure side, we have salary and wages and employee benefits. Those account for the majority of the expenditures in the general fund. And because we're a service-based organization, that is typical for this type of organization. So it accounts for about 80% of the expenditures are in are in salary and wages and employee benefits. And then this chart that you're looking at just divides it up by function, so you can see that most of the salary and wages are split up. Salary and wages and service and supplies are split up to public safety, and again, because we're a service organization, that is very typical. As we roll into the budget development for fiscal year 23 for next year, we look at a lot of different things. We check with other local agencies, Washoe County, Sparks, and also the school district. I do talk to them as well to see what they're looking at for trending, how they're thinking that's going to go. We also look at the information that comes out from the Department of Taxation. We actually just received the property tax final numbers from Department of Taxation on Friday, really late Friday, and I did incorporate those into this presentation that you're looking at today. So you have the latest information available. Right now, they're showing we have significant increases in C-tax, and taxation is showing a 13% increase for fiscal year 22 and a growth rate of a little over 6% for fiscal year 23. And that's kind of what we had already anticipated when I had talked to the other local agencies when we were kind of putting our heads together and looking at it. That's really what we thought was going to come out, and it did. The projections that you're going to see in the draft budget that you'll have in front of you, it includes a 6.8% increase for property tax and an increase of 6% for C-tax, and that's based on where we think it's going to end the current year. So that would be on top of where our projections for the current year are. We've built the budget to fully fund the annual contribution to OPEB Trust and the Workers' Comp Heart and Lung Fund. We've increased the annual funding to Workers' Comp, Risk, and the Fleet Fund by 10%. Those have been traditionally underfunded, but we're working to rebuild those and get ahead of those. And so right now, those are currently funded a little bit better than we had anticipated years ago because we've continued to fund those each year over the last 5 years. We've increased the general fund budgeted reserve level to 14%. That was 13% last year and 12% the year before. The goal is to continue to increase it by 1% to try to get up to 16%, which is really 2 months of operating expenses. That's what that would cover, the 16%. We've increased department services and supply budgets by 7%, and that's mainly because the cost of services and supplies has really increased. I know that everyone's seen the inflation that has been occurring over the last year, and so we've increased the budgets in order to be able to provide more funding to those departments to buy those supplies that they need in the interim as they're seeing the costs go up. And we've also increased funding to the general capital account. Normally we've budgeted 1% of the operating expenditures for the general fund, which is $2 million. We've increased it to $4 million this year. With the thought process behind that is we have the $2 million original, and then we've put the $2 million in that we will need to fund the fire safer grant people that we hired this year. So we will have that ongoing because we built in that funding and ongoing revenues as we go out into the future when that grant expires in 3 years. The good thing is that we will be building up our capital program during this time frame until we take on those when that grant runs out. Okay. And then we've also built in the $400,000 each for the building maintenance and the park maintenance. We've normally had that as part of the original $2 million. that we budgeted, but that should really be an ongoing item because it's ongoing maintenance. So it should really be ongoing every year. It shouldn't be part of the capital program as far as trying to find money for that every year. So that has been included, and we plan to continue that ongoing.
This seems like a good pause spot. Can I
Sure.
just ask a few questions on that?
Absolutely.
So are you thinking that you're going to put that 400,000 into the park services and supplies budget then, and just keep it out of the capital? Is that what I'm to interpret?
Well, they have their own capital fund set up, and so it will go in there and roll over every year.
In theirs?
Yes.
And then where are you parking the Safer Grant kind of savings? In what?
That's going to go into the general capital program itself for these next 3 years.
Yeah.
The plan is to put it in there for the next 3 years until we actually take on those expenses once the grants expire.
Yeah.
And so what will happen is we'll still have that ongoing money. At that point, we would have 2 million for capital and the other 2 million would go. But hopefully in the 3 years, we will see revenue growth that
Yeah.
catch up and we'll continue to
that's-
try to fund the
All right,
plan.
are you finished with
I-
your
I have-
presentation?
Have a few more.
Okay,
wait,
so let's let her finish, and then we'll come back and everyone can participate.
Okay, how
Okay,
many
thank
slides
you.
do you have in your initial? Because I see 103 slides here.
Oh, no, I just have maybe 10 more.
Oh, okay, double, okay.
Yes.
Oh, triple, okay.
Like I said, we will take questions right after you're finished. I
These
want you
next
to be able
slides
to
will
get
be
it all
much
in.
more brief.
Okay.
That was just to give you
You're
an idea
doing
of how the
fine.
budget is
No,
built.
you're doing fine. I just want to make sure that we go through the whole presentation and then everyone asks questions. So we
Yeah.
can make sure that we're giving you the opportunity to finish speaking.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I missed
all
the
right.
budget briefing one-on-one we had, or maybe we didn't have
That's
those,
all
I
right.
can't recall.
We're just gonna move on. No worries.
So this is just a refresher of C-Tax because it is our largest source. And C-Tax is made up of 80% of it is sales tax. It's a lot, numbers 5 and 6 there. Those two together are the different portions of sales tax, and that's 80% of it. That's why it's so volatile when we look at C-Tax. Real property transfer tax, that's when properties change hands. And then the government services tax, that's actually the motor vehicle tax. And then the small portions are the cigarette and the liquor. This is a C-Tax history here, 19 years of history you're seeing up here. We had a high back in 2006 and 2007. And you'll see on here that we don't actually catch up and actually start increasing until 2017. We don't get back to the same level that we were in 2006 and 2007. It took 10 years to get back from that recession to where we actually saw growth again. It looks like a lot of growth when you look at this, but when you actually compare it back to where we were, really we've only had growth since 2017. So we've had 7 years in this growth cycle. This is the C-Tax history, the last few years of it. We have 3 years of we have 4 years of actuals, and then the current year estimate, and then the projected for next year. You'll see on the bottom, we have the change year over year, and then the change year over year percentage-wise. And so really from fiscal year 21, we have seen a tremendous growth in C-Tax, and you'll see the 13% in the current year estimate. We're seeing that growth for this year, and that's exactly the same thing that the taxation was seeing as well. That's why our projections were pretty good coming into this. And next year, we're projecting the 6% increase, which really accounts for about a 5.6% increase. I mean, a $5.6 million increase for next year. Property tax, this is just a review of property tax. It's made up of the personal property, which is not the real property, the secured real estate, which is the land and the secured real estate, and then the centrally assessed, which is transportation lines and utilities. This chart I wanted to bring to you today, Council, just to let you see the tax cap for property tax is set each year. The general tax cap, which is the commercial tax cap, and then the residential tax cap. Residential is capped at 3%, general is capped at 8%. And so the thing I wanted you to see on here and why I left so many years is This year, we're actually at the maximum caps. We're at 3% and 8%, and we haven't seen that type of growth in Washoe County since 2009. So the 2007 to 2009 cycle period, we're back to that growth that we saw before the recession. So I just thought it was kind of important to highlight that. Property tax, again, this is your 19-year history, and we saw the highs back in 2009 and 2010. We didn't get back to an actual growth cycle in property tax until 2019, till fiscal year 19. So we've only had really 4 years of growth out here in property tax because we're just getting back to where we were. This is the same chart that you saw for C-tax, but with property tax. You'll see the percent change on the bottom year over year. And we've seen consistent growth around between 6 and 7% over the last few years in property tax as it continues to grow. This gives you an idea of property tax and C-tax on here. C-tax is your green line, property tax is your blue line. You'll see the cycle as there's a 2-year lag when we see a hit in the economy. So you'll see C-tax is going down and property tax is still going up because it has a 2-year lag after C-tax. Also added in building permits onto this cycle so you could kind of see, overlaid it so you could see that building permits take kind of the same trending line as C-tax does. As you see building, they seem to react about the same as C-tax as far as with the economy, they react right away. This is a general fund revenue history, and it also has our projected estimates for the current year, fiscal year 22, and projected for fiscal year 23. So on here, you'll see the property tax estimates include that 6%, 6.8%, and the consolidated taxes include the 6% increase. And then we also have the built-in, it's not shown on here, but we did built in the 14% for the reserve on here as well. And we're looking at a year-over-year change of about 4.4% overall in total for the revenues. I did go ahead, there's a note at the bottom, I took out the CARES funding, removed it for comparison because it kind of overlapped the years between 20 and 21, and it skewed it as you looked across these years to get a good idea of what the revenue trending is. So I did take that out so it wouldn't be skewed. But we've seen good increases in the general fund revenues over the last few years, anywhere from 4 to 7%. These are the expense overview of where we're at for the general fund. I did not take out the CARES funding on this slide here, so you will notice in fiscal year 21 and 22, when we were actually spending some of those funds, you'll see that those years look a little skewed, but it was harder to kind of eliminate those expenses. So those are included on this slide. As we go on to, this is next year's budget. As it currently looks, it would be $268 million for the general fund, which is a significant increase from the current year adopted. C-tax is at 38%, so it's up. It was 36% in the current year budget and 27% for property tax. So you can see as C-tax is growing, since it's a larger portion, as it grows, it gets to be a larger portion of our budget as well. And then in salary and benefits are at 75% of our budget as it's shown here, but we do have some funding opportunities coming up, so this slide will change a little bit as council determines what priorities and how that money wants to spend. It will probably get more to the 80% once we get later in the presentation, and you guys can see we have some funding opportunities. This is an overview with all the numbers. I prefer the pictures versus the numbers, but I do like to provide the numbers as well. In the current year estimated column, in debt service, we are planning to, the plan is to pay off the fire apparatus medium-term obligation that we have out there. It's about $4.5 million, and we do have some funds to pay that off, so we are looking to pay off that debt in the current year. And then in next year's projected, I have built in the payment for the bond for the debt service. That's about $3.5 million for that debt service, and that is built in. And we do have the fire apparatus continued funding for that program, and that's $2.7 million for that capital program as well. And then again on this slide, the big call out on this one is we have about $4 million in new revenue. Most of that is from that big C-tax, as C-tax has really increased over the last 3 years. We have that $4 million in new revenue that is not allocated to anything really at this point. All of our obligations are funded. Everything has been included that we're anticipating for the future, and we've included the amount that we'll need to cover the SAFER grant funded positions once those run out as well. So this is above and beyond on top of that, so that's good news for this year. General fund balance history. This just shows 21, we were at 20, in fiscal year 21, we were at 21%. That had to do with the overlap of the CARES funding that we had when it hit on the books at the end of the year and such, and so that's why that looks a little odd. Additional funding opportunities, these are the last few slides here. The departments as a whole put in for items that they feel that are really needed and they're requesting for the next budget cycle. We have $16.8 million in requests. Of that, $14 million is in the general fund, and we have about $4 million that can be put toward that. One-time items are about 1.7 that are being requested, but ongoing items are in the amount of 12.2. Included within that are these positions. These are the positions that have been asked for in those numbers. 87 are in the general fund, and in total 106 positions. This is a timeline as far as how we go about the budget development. I just wanted to call out on here that we will have another study session over 3 days that will be coming up May 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And on those, the plan for those, since today's focus is really going to be on the general fund so that we can get that heavy lift out there and take care of that one. For the next 3-day study session that's coming up, the first day is going to be focused on the enterprise funds, the building fund, and the sewer fund. The special revenue fund, specifically the street fund and the room tax fund, because I know council always has questions on those. And then the internal service funds and the redevelopment agency as well. Day 2 on that will be focused on the capital improvement plan. Council you have in your binders the capital that has been submitted. There's a tab for it. That includes everything that's been submitted for the current year. And so at that point, we will be discussing which actual projects will be picked to move forward with the budget, given the money that is there. And then we'll also be discussing the fee schedule at that time too. The fee schedule is also in your binder as well for your review, and those are actually going out to the boards and commissions. So when we come back at the next meeting, we'll be able to discuss the comments and concerns and any recommendations that come out of those commissions as well at that point. And then on day 3, we'll be doing a wrap-up of the general fund. We'll be recapping that, recapping the items that come out of this workshop, and going over anything else that comes up along the way that we need to dive into a little deeper. Will be the 3rd day. So with that, that concludes my financial part of the presentation. So we're going to go into the department presentations at this point, which is part 2. And this is just,
Could we pause for questions?
Absolutely.
Madam Mayor?
Yes. Go
Thanks.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad to see the schedule in May because the enterprise, particularly the sewer, because that's CPI'd and it's going to take a big hit. And I want to be able to understand and explain to constituents when they get that big hit on their October, bill, what they're getting for that big hit that they're going to get. So I'm glad in the redevelopment agency and the fees. So good. And since we didn't get one-on-one briefings, and I understand why, it's all in our book, the stuff for May, so we could set up one-on-ones with you to ask questions we might have and maybe then be a little more prepared for those meetings.
yes,
Correct,
I'm
yeah.
glad to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. A few questions on slide 7. And I think I see this in what we call the CAFR or the AFCR now. You're showing, I just didn't see what the bottom axis is in terms of increments. Is the total city budget is 753, so when you add the general fund up with all the blue, you get to 753. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you guys move to slide 7? And this is revenue outlay?
Yes.
Okay. Does revenue outlay match revenue out, sources in?
Well, your revenue source, you have revenue and then you have fund balance as well.
Yes. Okay. So the budget could reflect fund balance and not necessarily all be comprised of revenue.
It can, but then you would have a deficit budget.
You would,
If you did it
okay.
that
I
way,
guess
yes.
more specifically, my question on sewer, and I just, are these 50 million increments down below? I didn't see,
You know what, I'm not sure, it's not showing on this chart.
I think they might be, because,
It is.
yeah, okay. So the sewer is, I've always worked from the presumption that the sewer is more than the general fund.
No, the sewer's at about 53 million, I believe.
Okay. Revenue outlay.
Yes.
And what is the revenue, what are the revenue fees, taxes coming in? We'll get to that.
You know what, I think I misspoke. I think sewer's about 80 million. I don't have it marked on here. And then the others, streets and the others are about 53. The ones that you see next are 53 million, but I can
Okay.
double check.
So
I just
everything,
didn't have
okay,
everything
yeah, if you
here.
could run that slide a little bit
Yes.
more. And then on the next slide, 9, or 2 slides over, the 12.1, that includes debt on the general fund, right?
Which slide are you on?
That one.
Sorry.
See the purple, 12.1 other?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is it all debt there, or is it other miscellaneous?
No, it includes your transfers out, so the transfers to
Okay.
capital.
Yeah, okay. And then, I am, our finance director, before she was let go last week, less than 24 hours after this body relied upon her advice to issue $60 million, the largest debt offering we've ever had, did say that you're going to pay off the fire apparatus loans. And I'm just curious about that. Because I didn't support it. I thought we should have gone pay-go. Was that always the thinking, that we'd get to a point to pay it off, and that's why we went with that instrument of an early payout, of a no-fee early pay?
I don't think so. That's a good question, though. I appreciate the question. I don't think that was the intention at the point that it was done. We didn't know that C-Tax was going to go up so much.
Okay,
We've really seen a boom from
Yeah.
fiscal year 21 until now, and we're just in a position now where we can free up that debt service payment that would be ongoing. The debt service payment on that is about $700,000.
yeah,
And so by using one-time funds that we seem to have at this point, we could go ahead and pay that off, and then we free up that $700,000
Okay,
going forward.
Councilman Breckus, I'm going to stop you right there. You're 1 minute over, so in the next round, you'll get 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman
I
Reese.
appreciate the time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Van Buren, thank you for the presentation to date, or so far. I thought it was very easy to understand and follow. I have a couple of questions. One is am I correct that you have been the principal architect for the last 5 years of our budget, meaning you have been one of the critical components of putting it together?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think it's important because perhaps the staff, or I mean, the public is not as familiar with you as we might be. Obviously, we've had the privilege of working together through the Financial Advisory Board and through these last 5 budget cycles. So I want to make sure the public understands that we're in very good hands. I'm very excited that you
Thank
are
you.
working in this capacity with us, and I think it'll be an opportunity for you to showcase the skills that you have and that you have, had these last 5 years. So it's very exciting for me. That continuity gives me some comfort that although there are always changes in personnel, that the person who has been the architect of the budget for the last several years is really here with us today. So thank you for that. I wanted to ask a question about this concept of ending fund balance, which then rolls over into the next year, which really, I understand intergovernmentally why it happens, and I understand within our own agency why it happens. But how does that address the long-term goal that this body has of having a quote-unquote balanced budget? Meaning we're trying to close that gap. We've gotten very close at times. In the history of this organization, we've also had some conversations where we were planning to have it happen, and I think it was by 2023, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be incorrect. Tell me a little bit about that.
Sure. Glad you brought that up, Councilmember Reese.
Okay.
It's yes, I was asked to do it. We were doing a 5-year projection many years ago when I first started with the city in 2016. And I believe it was in about 2018, I was asked to do that as a 10-year projection. And as part of that, we were looking at trying to get to a point where we could balance the budget. And council has been very, very considerate as far as trying to figure out what the best path forward is for that, to make sure that we can get to a balanced budget. And part of that is really limiting the number in the last few years of new positions, because that's ongoing money that we just, if we don't have the revenues for it, you're always playing catch up if you're using fund balance to do that. And so a balanced budget means you have revenues that match your expenditures. So ongoing revenues that are coming in that match your ongoing expenditures going out, not one-time funds. And previously, we've used fund balance rollover, which is really one-time funds, to balance the next year's budget. One way that we were doing it was to use the rollover money that we had to pay for capital. So if something happened in the future, revenues went down, we could dial back the capital a little bit and we were still fine budget-wise. But this year, we're actually in a position where we have the $4 million, and we're actually able to balance this budget by staying within that $4 million. And going back to that 10-year chart that I did years ago, this was the year that it came out. We said if we tightened our belts a little bit and we really were strategic about the positions that were added, we would be able to get to a balanced budget in 23. So.
Okay. I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation here today, and I look forward to having one-on-ones with you as well to do the deeper dive. I know that's not what our point or intention is here today, but rather to get a larger overview, and I appreciate all your years and years of work on this. When it comes to the fire apparatus that we took a medium-term obligation for, which now we're going to pay off because we tightened our budget and did the right things in order to be to this space. Is some of that equipment, is it already received? Is it in use?
Yes, I believe so, and Chief Cochran can probably give you some more information on that. I'm not sure which year, 2 or 3, we're into this fire apparatus replacement program, but when he comes up with his presentation, I'm sure he can give you the lowdown on what's going on with the apparatus.
Okay, so apparatus that we have been using in our community to keep our community safe and to fight fires,
Yes.
and is an action that this body took some time ago to come up with a systematic approach to the replacement of it. And that was a very smart move to make that the majority of this council voted in favor of. It has helped to keep us safe, and we are in a position now, unlike, it's no different than your budget at home, or if you're familiar with running a business. You are prudent and lean and do the things you need to do to keep people safe. And if you should be in a position like we are now to have saved to pay things off, and you're strategic about the things in which you pay off, you do those at that time. So kudos to the majority of this body that took the steps to get the safety apparatus. And now we're in a great position to pay that off. So I'm excited for that. That's the only questions I have at this time. Comments, thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you so much. I enjoyed the budget presentation, got it all, but I wanted to hone in on one page, which was the page which is on unassigned fund balance. Could you pull that up again instead of this pie chart? I think it's page 25 on our handout. And I just wanted to make sure I understand, yeah, that one. So what, can you just say again, what is our goal? So when we're all finished this budget, we've gone through all the detail, all the processing, where do you want to see that fund balance sit? Do we have a goal?
With the budget guiding principles that
Yes.
council adopted, it was between 8 and 25%.
Okay.
What is generally acceptable for this type of fund balance, it's around 16% is where we would like to be. 16% means that you have 2 months of operating expenses. So if something were to happen with the economy, we would be okay for 2 months in order to figure things out.
Okay, so then a follow-up, on this sheet, you show 14%. That when we're done, if I'm reading it right, that's why I'm asking, we will have, like we did last year, 14% in our fund balance to cover that unexpected 2 months, as you said.
Yes, in the event we had to.
So my question to you is just something to think about. I don't need to answer now, but since you said we will have $4 million over and above all of our obligations, should we be increasing this to the 16%? I know you gave us a range of 8 to 25, but should we take an opportunity to take, I don't know what it would take, $1 million, $2 million, I don't know. Could you
About
just?
$2.5 million per 1%.
Okay, so just something for all of us to think about. I love the fact that we have money to finally get us start recovering from the recession. All the positions that were laid off, whether it be parks or planning or fire, police, so many were laid off. And I know with 106, it looks like, but I heard you say 87 positions in general fund, what we're hoping to do is start building that back up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right? So it's all just a judgment call, right? How fast can we go? I mean, some of us, even including me, might like to see even a bigger step towards getting our staffing back up to where it was. And then on the other hand, we have to balance with making sure that we have a good general fund balance, right? I mean, that's really what we're here doing, right? Is trying to find that fine line of where everything's in our balance, right? Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And I think we still need to be kind of cautious at this point because there still are concerns with the amount of inflation that's out there right now. So I would still caution that council consider that maybe we still be a little cautious with this budget cycle and stay within that 4 million that we're seeing going forward, just so that we're cautious enough for the future that we can flex and really have that ability to flex if we need to, if we see changes in the economy.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus, 2 minutes.
Yeah, but just back to the fire apparatus, and I don't want to be rated. I'm trying to look at it. We rarely get opportunities to look retrospect and kind of ponder them. I mean, I didn't support it because I thought we could go pay-go. It was a 10-year note, right? Was it
Yes.
10-year? And we're paying it off in year 3?
Yes.
So, for 7 years, we are going to go pay-go essentially. And to borrow that money up front, we had some borrowing costs that were presumably a 10-year, amortization of borrowing costs that we're going to have to eat. So, I think you can look at it both ways. Maybe the budget during those years couldn't have brought those items on. I don't think so. But I think it's good. I support I always like to go where we are today, and I support it today because we're assuming a lot more debt coverage, probably the largest I think the city's ever gone out to on a straight GO offering of 60 million, and that is not lost to me. But I want to go back to the cautious and the questions about the revenue, and on slide 22, you're projecting 38% on C-tax. And 26 on property tax. And when that gets that far out of whack, it makes me cautious. And I've been following this for 20 years in this community, more. And it's a unique Nevada thing because in other frameworks, your property tax is going to carry you. And when you start to get carried by your C-tax in 2008 to 2011, it caused a crater, and I'm very concerned about this. So when you go back and talk to all these finance people at the local government level who rely upon the C-tax, are they starting to get concerned about this out of whack? C-tax carrying us more?
Sure, Councilmember Breckus, they are concerned. We aren't seeing any of the trends right now that there's anything in the economy coming forward. We are concerned. We're not going to go crazy, I don't think. We do need to be cautious moving forward, and that's been the general idea from Sparks and Washoe County and the school district. We're all seeing the same big increases in everything. But again, we're trying to be cautious with it. We don't want to think that maybe it's not going to level out at some point. The thought process that we have right now is it probably will level out at a certain point, but we don't see it going down.
All right, thank you. Great job. Okay, we're going to move forward. We just did 2 rounds. So we're going to continue on with your presentation.
Okay. So I'm going to skip forward to the part 2. And the first department that we're starting with is City Council, and I'm just going to take that one and move forward with this one. So, City Council, you're governing body, and you provide the policy and direction for us as we move forward. And there's not a lot in your budget as far as new items or anything to go over, but I thought I would give you an idea of some of the items that are in your current budget. The Moss Adams contract, it's the auditor that we have. It's a new auditor that we used last year. They were very good, very, very good. They're out of Oregon, and they actually did a very good job for us this year, returned all the documents on time. We did have an issue with that with the previous year, and so we were very happy with what they did for us. But they are paid out of your council budget for that audit and the single audit that we have done. And also included are your council donation funds, which you're all aware of. That's $20,000 each, and then your travel funds, which are $10,000 each. One of the things that we are putting forward with this budget cycle is to go ahead and combine those funds, and so that each council member would have $30,000 for donations and discretionary funds. That way you can use it for travel or you can use it for donations, and it would make the accounting of it better. It doesn't change the dollars, but it makes the accounting better, and it probably makes it a little easier for you to track as well. The other things that you have in there are just travel and other memberships to the National League of Cities, Nevada League of Cities, membership to Chamber of Commerce, and U.S. Conference of Mayors. And that's pretty much all that's in your budget. The budget that you are seeing on here is just the general fund side of it only. And as I mentioned earlier, your room tax portion of it, which is in the special revenue fund, I'll be bringing that back on the first day of the next session. And with that, we can move on to the
Well,
the
can we
next.
pause for department questions?
How many department are we going to go through today?
We have
Do you have on your list?
7 more today.
Okay, because then if you add up that time, that's a lot, so I want to make sure that everyone knows that. Okay.
So,
So go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
yeah, we have that resolution pertaining to contributions in those funds. And I think there's some points in that resolution that don't sync up with your budgetary proposal. That is a resolution that we inherited. We never voted. No member on this body no member on, Mr. Manager, this is maybe more for you because it's policy. No member of this body ever voted on that resolution. So I would encourage that that resolution be brought before the council for reconsideration. Maybe we want to think about how it's done differently. Before you sync those up in the budget item. I don't know, have all of you read that resolution in recent times, memory? Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Breckus, I did consult with the city attorney's office on this, and we would need to
Bring the
update that.
resolution forward.
Correct,
Okay, so
yes.
Maybe it should stay separate until the council deals with the resolution, and then it's synced up in an augmentation. Just my thinking. And if others haven't read the resolution, then we maybe need to punt that thought. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick note, you mentioned that this budget includes our dues to I think it was NACO and Nevada League of Cities.
Yes.
I'm sorry, not NACO, but Nevada League of Cities and so on. I didn't get a chance to talk to you, Mr. Manager, but our executive board at WNDD, the Western Nevada Development District, met, and they have very low dues. I don't know what the other dues are, but they cut, back when we had the recession, they cut the dues way, way back. Our current dues there are $5,000. The proposal is to reinstate the 2006 level of dues. There hasn't been an increase for more than 10 years. So they would like to see that go up to 15,000 from 5,000. Same for Spark, same for Washoe County, just keeping it level. And then they're going to potentially look at, in coming years, kind of a population-based, as some of the other organizations do. But for right now, they're just trying to reinstate. So it's just a $10,000 add for those dues. I thought this was the right time to bring it up.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
I
thank
will
you.
make a note of that.
Okay.
All right.
Actually, I don't have anything.
No? Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Van Buren, can you tell me what the dues organizations are and what the amounts are?
On my list here, I have Western Nevada Development District, 5,000. National League of Cities, 14,200. Nevada League of Cities, 42,000. Chamber of Commerce, 2,200. And U.S. Conference of Mayors, 12,000.
Okay, for my part, the one that I'm concerned mostly about is the Nevada League of Cities. I'm not sure we get very much benefit out of the Nevada League of Cities, to be honest with you. And so this is an area which I would be looking to my colleagues to, think about as we move through the budget process and cycle. National League of Cities, I think we get an incredible amount of value from the training. If you can go to one of the national conferences, I think is some of the best content available. But for my part, the Nevada League of Cities has not been, I don't think it's been what it was intended to be. I'm not sure I am particularly enamored of the choices that have been made, and so I don't see the value in that line item. So for my part, the others I think I understand well and would certainly support Councilmember Dewar's concern about the increasing dues to Western Nevada. Yeah, that's my thought. The Nevada League of Cities is not one that I'm interested in funding at that level.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. And again, these are the items that have been paid in the past. It doesn't mean that you necessarily have to do them again in the future, but we have them budgeted.
Okay. Let me just ask you, is Edon supposed to be up there too, or no? I'm just trying to think of who we pay
Edon
fees to.
we do pay Edon out of your budget as well, correct?
What's that?
And it's how much?
It is,
100?
well, it's Edon, on my list, it's together with the airport, because there's a portion of that that's for the airport's
So the 100, there's a portion of that for the?
RTASP. A portion, well, on my list, it's together.
Together, okay.
And it's 110,000. So it's 100,000, I believe, to the Edon, and then there's a 10,000 that goes to that airport portion.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I appreciate the thoughtfulness of everyone, and just to give you a Scotia background, 1 minute, is that not everyone may realize this, but with the efforts of WNDD in the last 2 years, we actually got $5 million that went to the sewer rebuild in North Valley's grant, not a loan. So I think it's more than paid itself for a very long time. But they give training to everyone. They help everyone get grants in 7 counties, you know, whether it be Winnemucca to Mineral to Carson, the 7 counties and 7 cities that belong. And, you know, some of them are very small and some of them have not seen $5 million, you know, coming their way. So it's going to be a conversation we'll all have, but they're just trying to get to their minimum amount that is required to provide to the Economic Development Authority, federal, from all of these jurisdictions. So thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, I apologize. I remembered my question that I had forgotten. The question to Council Member Reese's comments about Nevada League of Cities, when that comes back to us for some discussion and deliberation, can we get a summary of the bills in which we wanted them to bring forward and whether or not they did and what the success of those were? I'm also remembering that we struggled a little bit in that regard, or am I?
Of course. So, Councilmember Jordan, if I might, I know that Ms. Wilsey and Mr. Hodge do have that information.
Okay.
And they will be prepared to talk about it.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Weber.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate everyone's thoughtfulness also, and I would appreciate all the dues listed by amount. I would not support defunding the National Nevada League of Cities. I think we're a charter member, and to me, I prioritize that other than a private organization like EDON that engages in political activity. So, you know, I don't want to get contentious just on our budget, but we're going to have a lot of attention on it. And if you just line item and any member can call for a vote on whether or not to include or not that item, let's just straight vote it back in May when we get there and do it that way. But I think we need them all on the table. And the RTA one, the airport one, I thought that was a one-time thing for helping them stand up some air travel. So to hear that it's over $100,000 is like, whoa.
No, sorry, Councilmember Breckus, 100,000 is EDON, and then 10,000 is the RTA.
Yeah, EDON I always thought was about 50,000, and I'd rather see economic development money go to advance some of the economic development policies in the master plan under our own purview than the membership to this private organization that has its own board agenda, which is a good organization. I just don't think it's, you know, I think we should use our economic development money for what our policy say we want to advance. So, you know, let's have these all, take them to a straight vote, and when it comes back in May, but know what they all are on the table. But so that's the only airport money is that 10,000. Okay, because we gave them like $100,000 a couple budget cycles ago, right? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to suggest that there's more conversations with the Nevada League of Cities that I think we need to be included in to, you know, I actually am the member that serves, and I do believe that there is amenities and great things that are happening there. And recently, we've had conversations about just that. What are they doing? What are they doing for the city of Reno? And I just really appreciate you holding off so that we can make sure that you understand and know what, it hasn't been great, but I think that they are working at that. So, and working with us at the city of Reno. And I believe it was shown in some ways when we were in DC this last couple weeks ago. And I think it's important because they do have definitely some work to do, but I think we are getting there. So, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm going to defer to my colleague, the council member from Ward 4, because I know that she has served on that organization for many years. Again, my issue is I don't see a lot of action. I don't know what these amenities are. Having attended only one conference in the last 4 years, I was not impressed. There have been some leadership changes, both at the executive board direction level and also at the executive director level. And ultimately what it is I just want to be accountable for the dollars we spend. We can go to DC on our own and run our own programming, I'm sure. And so I'll be interested to know when we take this offline, what those amenities are and why would we spend those dollars when I think we have a lot of budgetary issues. And again, it's a small point. It's a small amount of money in an overall budget. But I don't know what the city of Reno has in common with, say, the Mesquite, mosquito abatement district. I just don't know. I mean, I find that difficult to know what we are getting for the dollars we put in relative to what other people put in. And so ultimately it has to be something that we benefit from. And again, no offense to our smaller entities and different kinds of rural GIDs and the like, but I just want to know that the money that we spend is money well spent.
Okay, I'm gonna let you move on,
Okay.
and I just want to make sure that we're not like getting, a lot of time into each and every single one. So maybe you go to 2 and then we ask questions, maybe.
I have great news, actually. Ms. Van Buren's going to take a break.
I'm done.
And you're going to hear from City Attorney
Great.
Carl.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, not that we think you didn't do a great job, because you
Thank
did.
you.
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that we're doing this productively and not taking questions on every little thing.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. No,
Thank you
we're
so much.
Good.
Good job.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. Okay, next up, the infamous Carl Hall.
Infamous.
Infamous.
Morning, Madam Mayor.
I usually say the famous. Now you're.
So when it comes to budget, it's infamous. Good morning, Carl Hall for the record. And I am ready to start with my presentation. So this is our schematic of the office. We've got a civil division, a criminal division, sewer, and risk. So in the civil division, we have 12 attorneys and support staff. In the criminal division, we have 6 attorneys. Susan Ball-Roth is funded by the sewer department or public works. And then in risk, we have 3 staff members that provide those services. Our top accomplishments for 21-22, we provided legal advice and guidance regarding the city's COVID-19 pandemic response, assisted HR and other departments to resolve a variety of COVID-19 related issues facing the organization as an employer, provided legal advice and guidance regarding the city's response to community issues arising from individuals experiencing homelessness, prosecuted and resolved over 10,000 criminal cases, including almost 400 domestic violence cases and almost 900 driving under the influence cases. We also worked collaboratively with Reno Municipal Court on community court programs, including Veterans Court, Fresh Start, Therapeutic Court, Trained Court, and COD Court. Our major initiatives for the upcoming fiscal years plan to address an increase in civil litigation caseload, provide legal support and guidance to the city's affordable housing efforts, conduct in-house training on various areas of municipal law, aggressively prosecute DUIs and domestic violence cases. Our budget is essentially the same. I don't have any asks for additional personnel. We've been, as you can see, we've been very consistent in our budget over the last several years. We don't have any increase in attorneys, as there is a slight increase in services and supplies. So if you have any questions about that, I think Ms. Van Buren indicated that there was a 7% increase across the board, so that would account for some of the expenses that we incur in terms of our Westlaw, our postage, continuing legal education, and that sort of thing. So with that, I will take any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Hall? Go ahead.
I do.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Of your services and supplies, Mr. Hall, how much is hiring attorneys, law firms?
Well, that's, we have not had to hire any attorneys. Most of those, when you talk about hiring attorneys, I think you made a inquiry about a $10,000 bill that was sent from an attorney's office. Is that correct? And is that what you're asking about?
Well, the charter, as we all know, requires, if we're going to hire outside counsel, a 6/7 vote of this body. And I kind of routinely see accounts payable to law firms. I saw one just the other day for an engagement on a matter signed off by an assistant city manager. And I want to find a way for you to have the flexibility to hire outside counsel when you need it, maybe on a retainer, but I want to see it come to the council. I find it circumventing the charter when it's either out of the manager's office or out of your office when law firms are engaged without it coming to this body. It's within your signing authority, but it's not within your charter authority, in my view.
Well, just to be clear, we have not hired, my office, I have not authorized hiring or retaining any outside counsel to provide legal advice to the city council or the city at large. There has been some outside legal firms retained to provide investigatory efforts, but not legal advice. So, we've had issues in HR with employee misconduct. We conduct an investigation. We are basically conflicted out because we may have to litigate that. So outside counsel can be hired to conduct those investigations.
I think the council needs to make that vote. I really, it's slicing, what is an attorney, what are attorney services? But from my view, when you're hiring an attorney, when you're hiring a law firm, members of the bar, it's pretty clear. And so, Mr. Manager, I would really like a process set up through this budget that if there's a need to have some on-call attorney services, bring them through to this body for a 6/7 vote, outline what you need, and do it that way. I think that's the clearest with the charter. I'm seeing too much of this, frankly.
So I think that we can look at setting up a bucket of money from which Mr. Hall and Ms. Santoyo can draw when we need to hire outside investigative services. Lawyers and law firms are uniquely situated to perform those functions, but I echo the city attorney's remarks that they are not providing legal advice. In fact, that is specifically outside the scope of services when we retain people to do that sort of work. And so just because professionally they are lawyers, I don't believe that that falls into the category of hiring someone to represent the city legally.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. To you, Mr. Hall, I think you have done a tremendous job with your department, and all of your lawyers and your support personnel have really done an exemplary job in a couple of really tough years. I mean, and we've had some really big issues that you've had to address, and you really have done a fantastic job. I mean, you've got such great attorneys and support personnel. I just can't say enough good things. And you've come before us here today with a flat budget, not asking for more, even in light of potentially reality is an increase in some of our revenue, which speaks volumes to your efficiency. And quite frankly, to have someone try to micromanage some outside assistance of which is necessary and part of doing business so that we can have some, control, which could potentially slow down a process that has to have a judicious resolution, I find completely out of our lane and totally within your purview. So I completely agree with my colleague from Ward 1. I don't believe that those sorts of things need to come before us. I think you have done a good job of managing your budget, and I continue to have that trust in you.
Thank you.
Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Hall, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the flat budget. I think what I would remind you is, you can only stretch people so thin for so long. And I just want to make sure that you feel confident that you have the number of attorneys in the city attorney's office to do the work of the city. I mean, we are a growing city. I think when I look at your budget and I look at the size of your department, I compare it to other similarly situated in size cities. I think you're a tad under what I think would be, we'll say, fully staffed. Now, again, kudos to you. If your folks feel like they're doing the work and have the opportunity to do it, then I'm not going to micromanage your decision-making authority in that regard. So I guess that's the first question is, do you have the people you need to successfully represent the interests of this community?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I have exceptional staff.
You do.
The people that I have are such good people, and they're fantastic attorneys. Support staff is amazing, and it's a very collaborative office. Everybody communicates well. The culture in that office is beyond reproach, and we communicate very well. So when people need assistance, they get assistance, and I'm not afraid to ask for more money, more attorneys, whatever it takes to get the job done and make sure that we're providing the best legal services that the city can provide or that we can provide, and we'll do that. So I'm not afraid to ask for additional help if I need it, but right now I think we're fine.
Well, and I think it goes without saying, your attorneys have been incredibly successful on behalf of defending the city's interest. You've had a number of very high-profile wins over the years, and I know you're not much for patting yourself on the back, but you'll be the city attorney for another 4 years, as I understand it, based on the recent election filings, and I'm excited that that's true. And so, again, the
Happy about that.
well, yeah, that's good for you. But I think that speaks to your leadership. You were saying you've got great staff. I think the fact that you've had success and that your staff continues to be, people who are with the organization many years. I mean, the longevity is very encouraging. That's ultimately why you didn't have an opponent, is because your staff trusts you and the city has gotten good results. So thank you for that. The thing I will add about the small conversation being highlighted about using outside counsel is, of course, those investigative interviews. I'm sure that we could find a way to make that those investigations be part of HR's budget, I suppose. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I understand why there is this use of law firms to conduct outside investigations. That's the gold standard for how it's done.
Well, I would mention, I believe that those bills are paid out of the HR budget.
Okay, so just making sure I understood that then. That's good. I don't want us to get in the vein, of course, when you are hiring outside counsel to take on, we've got a drug manufacturing lawsuit out there. We've had historically a very bad use, I think, of outside labor counsel that predates my time on this council. And these are the reasons why we don't want to be burned, right? The city council wants to make sure that your office is not hiring outside legal counsel that is in opposite to the feelings we have towards our labor groups, for example. And so I think I trust your judgment. I'd like to see it continue in that vein, and I appreciate your service.
Well, and just to add on that, I think it's very important for legal counsel to communicate with their client, and so we definitely want to keep you all informed as to what exactly we're doing and how we're doing it. So if you have any questions, you know that I'm always available.
All right, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, I just, I agree with Councilmember Reese's last comments, in terms of the capability and the staffing. And I wanted to just put a note, and I've mentioned this to one or two of your attorneys. We have a lot of, and some new issues coming up. Things like we'll be, hopefully this year, working on the sustainability ordinance, for example. Trees coming up this year. Stormwater utility just implemented this year, which deals with water quality. There are new criteria that the legislature laid down for reviewing wildlife impacts in permits that NDOW has to review and send over to us. So there's sort of an emerging area of natural resources. And the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency is actually doing the natural resources plan for our whole region right now. They're taking public comment right now. So it might be worth your while as you get into some of these issues. There are people that specialize in this field too. The environmental field, those values, how you defend those kind of issues. So it might be an area that you might want to look at and think about. And I don't think we're kind of set up for that right now because those are more emerging issues. So something to think about.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, anything else you want to add?
No, thank you. It's been an honor to work for all of you, and I look forward to continuing great
All
service
right.
to the city.
Fantastic job, Carl. And by the way, I do think, everyone in your department, you have done a tremendous job of really building a team that is cohesive, and they're wonderful to work with.
Glad to hear it.
Shipman, just like, you're amazing. Everyone on your floor does a tremendous job, and there's no drama there.
I would echo.
Never hear drama
John
over
Shipman
there.
is amazing,
But everyone, I gotta say, wonderful, wonderful.
as is the rest of my staff. So thank you so much.
Thank you. See you soon. Okay,
Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, it's all you. come on down.
Do you have a TikTok for us?
They're recording it as we speak.
Good. Now we're gonna be relevant. TikTok is important. This is the way that the new generation is communicating.
Slow news day, though, if Mr. Marjat is in the audience.
I know, and
Oh,
Probably was because you're here.
I was gonna say, he
Madam
showed up
Clerk.
just in time. Thanks, Ben.
Councilman, or Vice Mayor Jordan wanted to know if you drew the shortest stick.
Well, either that or he's banking some time for when that baby comes. Maybe that's what it is. He's putting in the time.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All right,
it
hello, Mayor and Council. This will be my first time behind the podium, so not that I'm asking for any grace. I'm gonna just introduce myself.
You're
I'm
gonna be
Mickey
great.
Huntsman,
Don't
City
worry.
Clerk for the City of Reno. And I tell people all the time how to use this and don't know how to do it myself. Okay, so our first area is a department overview. So we have 9 total FTEs, which is a 1-person increase from last year's budget. This was due to a 2021 transfer of the parking services back to the city clerk's office during the dissolution of the neighborhood services department. So we offer 3 core services, which are council support, records management, and central cashiering. And the only thing on this slide that I want to make notable is the fact that our public records requests currently fall as sort of a sub-department under our records management team. There is no designated or allocated staff to that sub-department, if you will, so that is run across the city. And we'll continue to talk about it throughout my presentation, but really, we have some notable increases year over year. We talk about this year over year, yet we don't have any staffing set or any department set to actually respond to those public records requests within the NRS timeline that's designated. So, our top accomplishments from last year. We will have a well-rounded opportunity to talk in more detail about the accomplishments of my team in my review coming up in June. So if we can just consider this a highlight reel for today, that would be much appreciated. The theme that you will continue to see and feel throughout this accomplishments and initiatives is the emphasis and focus on records management. It's only one service under my current umbrella. However, it does take the lion's share of resources from my team. So continuing the efforts of my predecessor, we've continued to work and fortify our relationship with the University of Nevada Library. In 2020, they digitized our city's original ledgers, our first council meetings, resolutions, ordinances, and several other documents, and we recently executed an agreement with the university to safely preserve those ledgers while also making them digitally accessible to the public. The next item is one that I am very proud of. Melissa Chancel Harry, my now chief deputy, who is hiding behind the computer, curated and produced the content to train every single city staff member on the importance of records management. And this was the first interactive electronic training produced by our office, and one in which we received accolades and very appreciative feedback from everybody in the city. So kudos to my staff. As we noted earlier, in September 2021, the function of parking ticket services moved back to the city clerk's office. This was a transition that our office was not hesitant about in the slightest. We're very excited to have it back. It does increase the workload. However, in order to provide a smoother service to the city, this is one that was a very seamless change, and we're happy to have it back. And then throughout training previously highlighted, with the help of IT, my team has continued to refine and implement OnBase throughout the organization. This is still a work in progress. It has moved to our initiative for 2023. So it's something that we continue to focus our efforts on, but it is also an accomplishment of ours. And then lastly, following the results of the 2020 census, we saw and understood the need for greater diversification, both within the organization and within my office. Being frontline and dealing with the public directly, there was a clear need for bilingual services to be offered out of my team, and we didn't currently have that. So through the Civil Service Commission, we requested and received approval for a bilingual specific recruitment with a focus on Spanish-speaking individuals. And we successfully hired 2 Spanish-speaking staff members who are already expanding our level of service to the constituency in Reno. And on to major initiatives. So as we transition into the 2023 initiatives, I do want to mention something that's not explicitly outlined on this slide. And it's a major focus of the organization, thanks to Doug, but also something in our office is having the right people in the right roles. My office is fortunate to have very capable staff. I do not do this on my own, and they are eager to learn and grow. In 2021, we did hire 4 new employees, so we are still learning together. But they are, and we also reclassed one of our current employees. So this well-timed to support our more advanced needs through our record management platform and our record management system. But again, none of these are specifically allocated to records requests. So again, back to my theme of record management. In the 2019 legislative session, SB 287 removed the ability for municipal government to charge staff time related to processing records requests. In 2020, we processed 18,000 requests. In 2021, we processed over 20,000 requests with no additional staff. And we are on track and surpassing our current quarter one numbers for the last 2 years. Majority of these are police records requests for body cams. Majority of them are emails, text message, and phone requests, which require outstanding amounts of staff time and efforts to make sure that the things that are going out are not confidential, proprietary information. And again, we do not have staff members who that is their sole job. With this in mind, the organization as a whole will need to realign its belief on how to modernize the records management. My focus will be to make information readily available both to internal staff and then also to our constituencies. So that's something that we're really focusing on in 2023. The next step of that realignment will bring focus to the city's boards, commissions, and subcommittees. By way of centralizing these functions, we really hope to offer our members a thorough training on processes and also expectations. Right now, because we have liaisons all over the city, we don't have one centralized point of contact for the liaisons for the board and commission members that you all appoint. And so really trying to find a way to bring all of that back to one place and be able to have kind of one consistent message and one consistent training so that everybody that participates in those boards and commissions are well aware of what their responsibilities and behaviors should be. Of course, we have enhanced transparency through reducing the response times for public records requests. Again, it is what it is right now because we don't have staffing specifically allocated to those functions. You will hear from several of the other departments that they're asking for bodies to help fill those roles because we just don't have the manpower to help facilitate that. We don't have a department specifically allocated to help facilitate that. And yet we continue to receive thousands of them every month asking for records without staffing to be able to facilitate those things. And then lastly on this slide is to reestablish the constituent connection to local government by providing one contact resolution and unparalleled customer service. If you know anything about me, being able to resolve something the first time I talk to somebody is something that I really, really encourage and pride myself on, and something that I instill in my staff. And especially being direct frontline staff and constituent services is something that I look forward to continuing developing my staff and then hopefully branching out into other areas of the organization. And last but not least, our financial summary. So everything here is, there aren't a ton of changes. Really, the primary change that we have focused on is just the moving of the budget from city manager staff into my office for parking services. Outside of that, we also have additional funds for this year to pay for the election services that we contract through the Washoe County Registrar of Voters. So that is also in this budget for this year. That's a flexible number. It's based on how many registered voters we have inside of the city. So the money is there, but it's a flexible number. So outside of that, I've completed my presentation.
All right, fantastic. Nikki, I thought you did a phenomenal job. I think you're doing a tremendous job. I love, like, honestly, your whole team down there. Everyone is so receptive, great customer service. I think you should be incredibly proud. So, yeah, just great.
Thank you.
One thing, have you thought about, like, I know with some of those old, like, videos of council meetings, being able to digitize that and then having some sort of library eventually? I know, like, obviously we need more staff and this and that takes time. But is that something you've thought about, is like digital archiving?
So that is something that we're pursuing. Council meetings or meetings in general are kind of an area of interest solely because we only have to keep recordings or videos for 3 years after we approve minutes. So we actually don't archive audio, video resources, only the minutes and the packets are retained permanently. So it's not something we're currently doing because we actually have more than we should at this very given moment. But everything moving forward essentially should be digitized and available
saved.
digitally.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. I did not know that. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. Mickey, you and your team, I have to echo the mayor's comments, are a fantastic front face to our organization and a place that so many people interact. So I can't say enough about. I think everyone has always got great service, and adding Hispanic speakers, I think, really kind of takes it to the next level. A couple things. So we heard you loud and clear that you don't have people to process the records requests. So I was sitting here wondering, and this is really for Mr. Manager, I didn't hear that you've requested such a person either, right?
We did not. Honestly, in an effort, I think, to be more cognizant of the people around me,
Yeah.
I was not yet prepared to bring forward
Okay.
what that looks like.
Okay.
It is a really big lift.
Yeah.
And
So-
so
I have an idea, Mr. Manager, and previously I've been a huge advocate of us having an ombudsperson. And I know you've been looking, Mr. Manager, for just the right fit, right? But a lot of what happens is interaction with this office, and a lot of what happens is records requests. And I feel very uncomfortable that we're not able to meet the statutory requirements. So just a thought. One idea is that potentially, since you haven't filled it, we could convert it in the interim phase and give that resource over here and put them on, work with Mickey on what that might look like, how that might help our office. I don't mean at the same level necessarily, because I think the ombudsperson was supposed to be a very high level, but it isn't a very low level either. It's a person maybe that could help facilitate this entire area and meet the public's needs for information. So it's just a thought. The other thing I wanted to mention, you just said that we're not required to keep the videos. I would encourage you to do everything you can to keep the videos, because so often a lot is lost with just the minutes, but getting the context of what happened, who said what, when they, it has all the detail. Whereas the minutes just have the actions taken and maybe some highlights, maybe. And I think over time, the minutes get smaller and smaller, right? Because we're just getting to what did they do? So some is lost. So I would encourage you to keep those in whatever archive form you can, as long as you can, up online. I really would. So that's it for the moment.
If I could have
Yeah.
just a moment. So, you know that I love sort of creatively solving problems.
Yeah.
I do need to say, though, the clerk's office works diligently, and they do meet the statutory requirements as it relates to how we handle public records. And while you don't see a request in the clerk's budget, and you didn't hear it in this presentation, when we talk tomorrow to the police chief, there are a number of positions as it relates to police records, which are, of course, as Ms. Huntsman highlighted, those are sort of the overwhelming number of cases when we talk about these requests.
Okay.
So there are some ideas on the horizon as to how we might be able to more evenly spread out that burden.
Okay. And, and do think about that ombudsperson. I really, really thought it would help, but maybe it's, needs to be deployed in a different way to help the public. But that's its goal, is to help the public get information, solve problems.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all of your work. I think you have done a tremendous job. I think you had big shoes to fill. They were probably tiny, but they were, big shoes. But I think you've done a great job. I think every time I walk in through the second floor, and it's both sides, it's both sides of the desks that are there, whether it's coming in the morning or leaving in the evening, you can hear the customers. It's just great to hear people being satisfied with the service in which they're getting. It wasn't always that way, and you're right. There is a lightness and a happiness in that department and in that floor that wasn't there before. It was cold and a little stiff and a little rigid and not so customer friendly. And it's definitely, the environment has changed, and you're part of that culture. You're the leader of that culture, so I appreciate your efforts in that regard. I also want to say thank you so much for taking on the Herculean task of coming with a broad sort of approach as it relates to our boards and commissions and our NABs and how they are trained and how they are facilitated and how the minutes are taken and how the information is distributed, because it is very disjointed at times. And even I would go as far as to say, I think the process of setting the agendas should be consistently approved by the staff, so that we do have an appropriate level of oversight to how these NAB meetings, board meetings are facilitated and how the agendas are set. So I look forward to the trainings. I know you've got a big one coming up, as I understand, which is great because everybody's going to be on the same playing field. I know they've all been looking for the training. So kudos to you. Same thing with records. I'm glad that our city manager has clarified a little bit about it's the city's records requests, but the legwork and the heavy lift is being facilitated, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, from personnel from RPD, not necessarily from you, or at least being directed. And the personnel needs to be augmented or streamlined at their direction. Am I correct on that?
So what I would say is that the manner in which we handle public records organization-wide is a much broader conversation than we certainly have time for today. But police records in particular are the overwhelmingly large
Ask.
Okay. And so for today, that portion of the conundrum we would propose to solve through the police department.
Okay, very good. And again, I think your creativity and the things you're doing are tremendous, and I look forward to more of your TikToks.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I really appreciate the customer service aspect of your office. I pay my sewer bill in person quarterly, just to kind of, I don't have to, but I'm walking by, just to engage and see how also you all engage. And I think it's really seen as a priority, and I look forward to your June review. I would ask our budgeteer, I think we have just reduced numbers. This is from last cycle's presentation of this day, and this is the Parks and Rec, and they have FTEs here. So I'm not seeing FTEs, I'm seeing services, but I'm not seeing FTEs identified by number. And particularly if we have some cautious decisions to make going forward, what to add on, I think it'd be very helpful for each department. Maybe if you can get the FTE in each department, so we can see the full staffing complement. If it's somewhere that I just got this budget today, so if it's somewhere and I'm missing it, do let me know. But I'm seeing it more as a total number, but I want to know how many OA3s, deputy clerk, and so on. But on the records issue, I think that, is it by staff by position? Okay, maybe I'll have to look at that clearly. We did an audit. We had someone come in and do an audit on the police, a performance audit on the police. And that was done by September, October. I think I finally got it by November or so. And the records was big flag warning there. I think next meeting we have actually a payout to a member of the media for failure to comply with records response. So it's serious business. I had hoped that study would come before to us just on its own, but the manager said we were going to talk about it in depth in budget, and that's fine. But I don't really want to let your office go away without having a conversation that records are within the clerk's office. And so I'm really struggling with not having whatever ask or increase or anything, to fix this problem being discussed within the clerk's office. And I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll get to it tomorrow, Mr. Manager, but I'm really wondering why when I read that report, I see so much about records needs and why those aren't moved in the budget request for the clerk's office under,
mean,
what the
if I
charter
might-
my interpretation of the charter.
Councilmember Burgess, I really appreciate, I think, the discussion and the question. To be clear, the city manager and I have been having lots of conversations about the need for an established group of individuals to be able to fulfill these within the time frame that's been allotted to us. And frankly, the funding for a very long time hadn't been there. And right now we have the ability or we have the capacity to possibly take it on, but it's more than just assigning a group of individuals to a department and have them start doing the job. There's so much subject matter expert responsibilities that we just don't have the ability to take on because we don't know enough about their processes and procedures, and there aren't really clear ones outlined for me to be able to just take staff on and uphold a department to be able to fulfill those needs. And so it's not something that's not in the works. It's not something that we haven't been discussing. It's just that where we are today in this budget ask, it's not ready to be presented on a piece of paper.
Okay. Well, I just, a plan forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was outstanding. It looks like you have a total FTEs of 9, but there's no increase. That's on page 40 of
Correct.
the presentation. So I want to just ask about one of the earlier slides that it had to do with fines. Is it parking fines or?
Yes.
Okay, and so tell me just a little bit about that. It seems like at some point in time in the historical past, in the last 3 years, we were kind of relooking at how are we going to be doing parking fines, and I haven't heard a lot about that. Is that through your office exclusively now?
So parking is definitely a department that eventually will need to be looked at. It's managed and housed in 3 different department heads own pieces of it.
You're just saying that your office is tasked with
Taking the
receiving the
money.
fines in. Okay, it makes more sense to me now.
So we're just the service end of it, so the constituent services, if you will, portion of the.
Talk to me a little bit about what I'll call technology upgrades in this particular room, because quite frankly, you've done a Herculean task, and you and our IT folks, of keeping us all going, because now we have hybrid, and we have sometimes we're here, sometimes we're calling in, a lot of things going on, but our technology seems pretty dated. And so is that part of your budget, or is that some other department's budget, or what recommendations might your office make in that regard? I had imagined that when we redid this room about, I don't know, a year ago or so, that we would have had some upgrades to technology. Just maybe your thoughts on that.
Appreciate the question. That's definitely on the horizon. It is something that through the IT department and then the city manager's office, we have definitely had some very intense and at-length conversations about the inability of this room to be able to facilitate meetings in a productive way. COVID definitely enhanced our need for updated technology, both in this room and I think just in the organization. So it's definitely something that I'm sure you guys will be seeing in the future, and more discussions will be had on it. We're in the process of bringing on a new agenda management platform, which will hopefully clear up some of the bugs and the experiences we're having. And alongside that, or in tandem to that, we will also be looking at redoing technology in this room, and I would assume that our IT director, when he comes up, will be touching on kind of what that looks like and how we're going to get there.
So at least from my perspective, you are certainly a part of those conversations, even if you don't necessarily control the outcome. That's really good, because I think that you know well kind of the gremlins in the system, and so I'm excited about that. Let me just close with the time I have to say, what a pleasure it's been to work with you this last, year as the person sitting in the seat. Now, I know that for many years you were working hard and learning the craft, but this organization very much, I think, prides itself on trying to build people, and I think you're a good example of that. And I always like to hire within if we can, and so gosh, what a tremendous job you've done. And quite frankly, you did it in a very difficult period of time, lost a staff member that was very difficult. And so I just thank you for everything that you did this year. Awesome job.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions? No? No further questions. Okay, we're gonna move on.
All right, Madam
I
Mayor.
think we have to,
We
take a
have a
break.
meeting at noon, but I think we can probably get through civil service before we run to that, so.
Wait, we have a meeting at noon? Who does?
I
Us?
do,
Oh, you do?
yes. And so the chief examiner.
and we have lunch.
And we have lunch. And the chief
So
examiner.
we are gonna take a break. Okay, go ahead, take it away.
I think it's still morning, so good morning. I'm Barbara Ackerman, Chief Examiner with Civil Service for the record. I'm not sure. Do I just hit this? Oh, yay. Okay. Me and technology. So I want to just kind of start off letting you know that we do have the full 5 FTEs. We're still the smallest department, but I do want to thank you for giving us a new position in this year's budget. With the approval and the filling of that technician position, we have been able to sustain more continuous recruitments that are critical to meeting the hiring needs of the police, fire, and parks and recreation departments. We've also been able to meet additional recruiting demands that the city has faced through some significant turnover within the organization, as well as a tight labor market. Right now, application trends are still pretty good. We receive a lot of applications. We're also doing a whole lot more recruiting, so that's generally why the numbers are going up. But as a statistic or a trend per recruitment, our applications are down and our number of qualified applicants is down. So that leads us to just doing a whole lot more work to fill those vacancies as they occur. And the addition of that team member has also allowed us to enhance our data collection and data analysis methods and report out key metrics more accurately and frequently. And then moving on to some of our accomplishments, things that we've been focusing on this year have been really collaborating with human resources and the various hiring authorities to increase the number of promotional opportunities that we are providing as an organization to our current employees. And we're doing that through identifying and approving promotional qualifications to more of our classifications that support that internal movement within the organization by utilizing those skills and abilities that our employees are gaining in their current roles. We're increasing the number of promotional recruitments that are being offered, and they have made up now this year about 30% of our total recruitments overall and accounted for about 25% of positions that we have filled. We're also working to quickly get employees reclassified once HR has completed their analysis and have identified them to be working at a higher level than their current position supports. We are continuing to support the city's efforts to be more accessible to the community, especially to our non-English speakers, by approving the selective certification of bilingual eligibles to help fill those forward-facing customer service vacancies, by providing flexible, convenient access to our employment opportunities, and the ability for them to access our assessment processes in a much more flexible and convenient way as well. We're also designing multiple ways for our candidates to demonstrate their skills and abilities, which provides more opportunity for them to qualify and be placed on our eligible registers and be hired into those vacant positions. We have also been leveraging technology to better evaluate our potential workforce by assessing their soft skills, and we are doing that through utilization of world-leading technologies and tools that help the organization make much more objective, evidence-based talent decisions that have proven to better drive the outcomes and performance of our hires. We're also using those tools to reduce bias in the employment decisions that are being made, and we're gaining a better understanding through those tools of our hires to help inform and direct their onboarding, training, and ongoing development. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There you go. Okay. And then moving on to our upcoming priorities, things that we'd like to focus on moving forward, is really going to be looking at increasing that diversity and our diversity initiatives throughout community outreach, especially in underrepresented populations. Recruiting for entry-level public safety positions still remains to be challenging, so putting more efforts in those directions and working in partnership with police and fire to do that. Developing a trainee apprenticeship program within the civil service roles that will help ultimately lead to employment in the classified service and enhance our talent pipelines. Adding language to the civil service roles that allows for a little bit more seamless integration of bilingual preferences for eligibles without having to go to the Civil Service Commission individually for those approvals. And then evolving our current transfer and voluntary demotion language within the civil service roles to help develop a more robust internal movement program for our classified employees. Last year, we only had 2 lateral movements within the organization, and I feel like there's a lot of opportunity there for us to be able to capture that and to retain our current workforce. And that is it for me. Oh, nope, I think you're gonna wanna look at my numbers. Okay, so, sorry. We are not asking for anything. Really, the additional FTE that we were given last year has been huge in helping us to meet the hiring demands of the city. And at this time, we, I think, are pretty well on top of things. So our only ask really are those basic increases in the costs that everyone's feeling just because of inflation. And that is officially it from me. Any questions?
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, great job. I don't see the positions broken down by FTE and what I have, Ms. Van Buren, but I want to convey, because I've been the liaison since Mr. McKenzie left us, so for 4 years, and I just want to convey to the council how much under Ms. Ackerman and our interim person, the civil service has modernized in this 4-year period. It really is tremendous. We've got a great independent body in the Civil Service Commission members who take their job very seriously. Ms. Ackerman is leading a staff she's formed, very well gelled together. She produces a tremendous dashboard that is so illuminating of what's going on in the organization. It's quarterly. And for example, that point about only having 2 people who took laterals, that's the kind of data she's collecting, and it has implications throughout. But the testing, outside of the organization, the testing remotely and so on has modernized. It's just, we really should be proud that this aspect of our, city function, an independent one, the checks and balances set up on our charter is performing so well right now. And so thank you for all your work and your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, any
Appreciate
other
it.
questions? Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I guess this is really for Ms. Ackerman and for my liaison. I'd like to spend a little time with you offline, not as it relates to increasing or changing your budget, but just understanding a bit more about the changes that Ms. Breckus has said, the modernization. So if we could find time to schedule that in the next couple of weeks, that would be great.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilwoman Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation as well. I too would like to be able to spend some time with you offline, probably more to delve into the turnover of which you speak and ways in which that might be improved, and just share some concerns that I hear from the community. So I'll do that offline. Thank you.
Okay, and I think one of the things I just want to bring up, and maybe, it would be nice to have, this is budget, so this is very different instead of sort of jumping in. And we did have a charter, not a charter, but a civil service council meeting one time. Do you guys remember that? I remember that. So, but I would say the concern is now more than ever. You hear a lot about the red tape and the roadblocks when it comes to getting people hired, and now more than ever, we're still trying to play catch up from, back in the recession when we let people go. And I constantly kind of hear that it's hard, it's a process, it can take a lot of time, and that gets a little bit frustrating. So maybe we can somehow, do sort of a meeting and talk about what does that process look like? How can we help in that capacity? So anyway, okay, good job. Anyone else? Seeing that there are none, Madam Clerk, I guess I'm gonna send it back to you. We're gonna go for a break until 1 o'clock,
Thank you.
and then we'll come back. So I'll see everyone, please get up and take a break and eat something, and we'll see you at 1.
Thank you.
I think we're okay. We'll be okay. Yeah. He's gonna be a little late. Okay. Madam Clerk, where are we at?
Madam Mayor, will
Hello? Hello? I'm so mad at you.
Madam Mayor, we're ready to reconvene at 1:13.
Okay. All right. Is that you, Norma? Ready?
And I'd just like to note that Councilmember Reese is absent on reconvene.
Yes, but he will be here soon. Okay. All right, finance. I think she's giving an interview, so would you mind, Norma? Okay, awesome. Okay, we're gonna skip along and go to human resources.
Okay. I don't mind at all. I'd rather have this spot than be in front of the camera out there in the news. Okay. Norma Santoyo, your HR director, here to present your budget for human resources. So firstly, I'll give you a quick overview. One of the big priorities here at the City of Reno right now is really focusing on the employee experience, and that's what the HR department does, is partnering with all of us, our stakeholders, which includes all of our departments, to really focus on being strategic about how we manage our employees. Oh, you can't hear me? Is it off? Oh, maybe I need to be closer. Thank you. Okay. Again, Norma Santoyo, HR Director. Whoa. Okay. So I have the pleasure of introducing the budget for human resources. Just real quick highlight, we have recently gone from 9 employees to 16 with some recent organizational changes. Just in the last couple of weeks, we have adopted the risk management and the payroll teams under human resources. And I think that's a very strategic move in an effort to continue to put all of the services that touch our employee experience under one department. That's exactly what human resources is we, in partnership with all of our stakeholders, are focused on driving a positive and proactive experience for all of our employees. In HR, we are responsible for labor relations, as you know, including the interpretation and application of the labor contracts. Employee relations is a critical portion as well, and this is helping our employees and our managers all the way up the chain foster a positive and productive working relationship. We have been laser focused on improving our talent management opportunities in partnership with all of our departments, specifically civil service. And this again is things like branding our City of Reno as a best places to work organization, a best employer in the area, and trying to really partner also with private and public partnerships to create pipelines for a lot of our positions. You know that about 80% of our budget is for employee salary and wages, so total compensation and benefit administration is a critical component. We are partnering with our finance team on a regular basis, making sure we're being very thoughtful about that for financial stability, but also that we're providing a competitive package for our employees, not only to be an attractive employer and keep those that are here, but also to attract others joining the city. Really, when we talk about strategic human capital management, that's what we do on a daily basis, and that is as a partner, as an assistant, as a helper for the rest of the departments. Another area that we're really focusing on is organizational development and partnering with a lot of our departments in including advancing our diversity and inclusion and equity and inclusion initiatives, and a lot more. I won't read through them. They are there before you. Some of the top accomplishments in the last year, I've been here since July, but this department has done so much. One of our biggest focuses in the last year has been really helping the organization succeed through the pandemic. And we know that one of the new things in this world as far as employment is being more flexible, being more remote with our workforce. So one of our top accomplishments is being that partner for our departments where we can have a productive workforce that can be telecommuting and be alternatively working in different locations. The other thing we focused on in this last year is really maximizing the tools that we already have in place. There is a lot of technology solutions that were already in place, and so we focused on things like our NeoGov, which is our recruitment platform, but also has an onboarding system. So we have developed and rolled out the first phase of an onboarding system, which essentially immerses new employees even before they come into the organization, into what it's like to work for the City of Reno. We've also implemented an electronic exit survey, which is important because we truly need to understand why our employees are leaving so we can make some improvements in the future. Other things that we've completely focused on is our training and development opportunities, focusing on leadership training, focusing on excellence in hiring practices, as well as educating and developing our frontline employees and understanding our collective bargaining agreements, like the Local 39 contract that was recently passed in November, and along with a lot of other training opportunities that I've listed here before you. The other thing that was such a heavy lift, and all of us did this together, is proactively managed the COVID mitigation and safety efforts that the city was forced to employ based on the conditions of what was happening in our community. And then lastly, and I think most importantly, is we've been focusing on really getting our home in order. The HR department is being rebuilt. We are focusing on building a robust, competent, and trusted HR team. A team that is seen as a partner, that is approachable, and is focused on the employee experience, how our employees feel when they come to work and they interact with us. Some of the top initiatives that we do have for the coming year is we really want to continue to drive positive and proactive life cycle management for our employees. And what does that mean? That means we're going to focus on attracting and retaining our talent. That means we have to be very thoughtful of where we put our resources. Some opportunities, for example, is our benefit package. We have a very complex and costly and very fruitful self-funded health insurance plan, which includes retiree health, which includes a deferred compensation, includes PERS, a retirement system. And so we really need to be proactive and strategic about how we manage that to be one of those leverages as an employer of choice. Other things we really need to focus on is organizational development and training. We need to develop an organizational plan that has a succession plan within it. How are we building and grooming our talent to take the reins and leadership positions? To that point, one of the most important critical components will be looking at a comprehensive citywide classification and compensation study. And this is just to make sure that we're still relevant and competitive in the market, in compensation and in benefits, but also in job titles, job qualifications, and how we recruit for our jobs. To be able to understand our workforce better, the third bullet here is bringing to the city a comprehensive employee engagement survey that can be done on an ongoing basis so that we can continue to not only benchmark, but also see how we're moving the needle in the future. Another thing that we are focused on is being data-driven. What does the data say? What is that story? And so really focusing on being intentional on how we use data to better understand our workforce and better understand how our initiatives are going to move that needle. And then to that point, last bullet is really focusing on technology solutions that maybe we already have, we need to improve on, or we need to bring on, like a HRIS system, which is a human resource information system. Lastly, we're going to talk about the numbers. I want to thank City Manager and this organization so much. There has been a significant investment in your Human Resources Department, and I think the investment is returning dividends. How people feel about working in this organization, how they're getting engaged, how they're feeling about being a City of Reno team member. You can see by the numbers there has been a significant investment. In 2021, there was a position added, actually two, I think it was, the training manager and an HR technician. And then in 2022, there was an addition of an assistant HR director, which has really allowed the HR department to focus on labor relations, labor negotiations of our 8 groups, as well as keeping the trains on track and providing excellent service. So you can see that the changes here are really those additional positions that were created and the commensurate benefit increase that was there. And then as far as services and supplies, you see an increase there. That was the 7% for services and supplies that our finance department referenced earlier. And it also included a slight hike in our training budget that was used specifically for our sexual harassment training that we brought in at the end of the year. And that's something that we need to continue moving forward. And that is all I have for you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Breckus.
And I want to congratulate you on making your first budget presentation. I know it's never easy for a new-time department head. So I want to go over the positions because we didn't get that in our budget, and there's been some changes. So you have 16 FTE. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I got a list in February that you have yourself, and I think I've called you Norma Torres. I apologize if I've referenced you as that way. It's Santoyo?
Santoyo.
Santoyo, okay. And then you have the Assistant HR Director also. So those are the two appointed. So that's 2. And then you have a, under the other one, you have a Labor Relations Program Manager, correct?
That is correct.
Employee Relations Manager.
If I may pause right there, our labor relations manager currently is on extended leave.
Okay.
And so we received an overlap, which is the employee relations manager while that person is on leave.
So that person's covering for 2?
Correct. So it counts essentially as 1 FTE.
Okay. Oh, it counts as 1 FTE.
Yeah. So yes, because the permanent FTE is the labor relations manager who is on extended leave of absence.
Okay.
And then the employee relations manager, it's a slight title change because the focus was on just building that relationship between employee and managers.
Well, we need to see what's, I'm looking for what the budget's adopting. And then do you have an organizational development manager? That was vacant in February when I got this list.
That's correct.
Is that filled?
It is not filled. Well, let me take that back. We have made an offer.
Okay.
And he is scheduled to start the end of April.
Okay, so that's 5 positions.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have 11 more. How many are in payroll?
Payroll has a senior management analyst. And then 3 payroll technicians.
So that gets you up to 9. And then risk has 2?
Risk has 3.
Oh,
we have a
okay,
risk
12.
manager. A management analyst that focuses on workers' compensation, and then a safety and training professional.
Okay, so that gets you to 12. Then who are the other 4?
Sure, we have 3 management analysts.
Okay.
And 2 HR technicians.
Oh, okay. I maybe I'm coming further than 16. I don't know. I really would like to see it by the FTE. And I also want to express a little bit of concern. I think, and I've been associated with this organization since 1998, so I've seen a lot of iterations. I took a break for 3 years. And I love your field. Absolutely passionate about your field. Find it so dynamic. But I have a little bit of concern with this most recent reorganization of bringing risk. And I was the person who advocated to refill that position dedicated. It went over into the attorney's office when when all the staff was cut. And I'm glad to see it fully, doing its job. I find it odd that it was decided to move into HR. I know there's lots of ways you can think about where to go, but when I think of risk at a city, I think of it more comprehensively. I'll leave it at that. Payroll's always been a hard one here at the city, and it's moved around, and I understand it's very cumbersome, very difficult, because we have so many special pays. You've taken it in there, but you also have this big bargaining piece. We've changed up our side of the table, a lot at stake. It's a lot to bring on to a new department head, Mr. Manager. And this reorganization came through to us on a memo, and that's your ability to tell us how you're shifting the domino pieces. But how how comfortable are you are we just adding too much too quickly to an HR department that's still getting their legs under it?
I don't think so. I would say, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just
that-
gonna cut you, after you answer, just so you know, I'm gonna cut you off and go to.
Absolutely, Mayor.
To other council people. Go ahead.
I have every confidence in Ms. Santoyo, and while she may be a new director for the city of Reno, she is by no means a new director in the field of human resources. And her CV or resume, or whichever term you'd like to use, is long and distinguished, and she is absolutely the right person for this job.
Personality. So, Madam Mayor, if I could just say, because I don't want there to be any confusion. I'm talking about the functions going into a department that has new leadership and moving, because it was a big piece move
So if
from
I may,
payroll and
that is the
risk.
question that you
Yeah.
asked. You asked if this is the right person to handle this job, and the answer is yes.
No, I'm asking if it's the right complement of functions under this department at this time.
I believe that it is,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
Okay.
That was 2 minutes. So go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar, please.
Yeah. Hi. Awesome job. Loving having you on board. I really think you're, bringing some magic back to the HR. Just two quick questions. You mentioned the health benefits, and recently we inaugurated a new hospital, right? The Sierra Nevada Medical Center, and I think it's in Prime Health. And I was just wondering, are all of the hospitals covered with our choice plan? So we had originally just Renown and St. Mary's, and we gave people choice. And then I wondered, with Northern Nevada, and then a second hospital in Northern Nevada, are they part of our health plan? Or do we have to add stuff here, or? That's
No,
why I'm
it's my
asking it now.
understanding that they're available within the network, depending on what plan you're covered under, and I don't have the specific detailed
Right.
coverage in my head right
But
now.
that's okay. Okay, but you're saying we don't have to, going forward in this budget year, change up the health plan to expand the coverage to include those hospitals?
My understanding is they're covered, but I'm gonna have to confirm and get back to you on
Okay,
that.
all right. Last question on this was, you mentioned a human information system.
Yes.
I just wanted to know more about that. What is that, and what are you hoping for that?
Well, it's either a human resource capital management or HRIS, HR information system. It really is a very strategic, comprehensive technology system that is in with finance, with budgeting, and it allows all sorts of metrics to be pulled on our workforce. Right now, we have data, but it's very cumbersome sometimes to compile or to search for, and it requires a lot of manual processes. It's really the ability for anybody, an employee, to have a dashboard. If I'm an employee and I want to change my address, I'm able to do it right there. If I want to add that I'm a veteran, I'm able to do it right there. If I am if I want to add a child to my insurance, all of this is within arm's reach at your fingertips. And then from the other side, as a supervisor, that I can pull up this dashboard and I can see 8 of my reports. I can see the metrics of when are they due for their performance eval.
I see.
If I wanted to track when are their birthday, what are special days for them, when is their anniversary, a quick summary of who they are as an individual. It really allows everybody to have that information on the fingertips, and it allows us to be dynamic in how we treat and know what we know about our employees.
One last thing, and thank you so much. I love, I've been reading the employee newsletter, I'll call it, or whatever, city newsletter. And one of the things that I brought up, I love seeing who's coming on board, but I also would like to see who's leaving, because I have called, they were there 1 minute and then you send an email and it's bouncing or it never bounces. It just, you have no idea that they're not there. And I wonder, is there a way to keep both the coming ins and the going outs so we could know who is working here?
That is something that I picked up as a suggestion. It's very complicated. So there's a lot of movement in and out, so it's very difficult to keep track of that. And it's also one of the reasons I think payroll fits well within the HR department is that the employee experience and things that touch the employee be under one department. To that point, the terminations were in payroll, and so that information sharing is going to be better. So we'll take your suggestion and go back and see if there's a way we can accomplish that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to commend you, Norma, on the job that you've done as a department head for this. The Human Resource Department is like the heart of the body. It's by which everything flows through, and it is the health, in my opinion, of the organization. It's the feeling, it's the environment, it's the culture. And from Doug through every department head, and certainly with you, there has been a marked improvement with the culture in the city. It is echoed from every department, new employees, employees that have been here, employees that have left and come back. It really is. It's different now, and it's almost universal. Anybody, unsolicited or solicited, that seems to be the sense now. And you should take great pride in the role that you played in that. I think your life, as it relates to all of those things and the information that's being asked from Councilmember Dewar, as well as many, many others, lives within this HRIS system. I didn't know we didn't have one because, I mean, I've been out of the profession for a number of years, and it was the Bible by which you lived in an organization. So I am frankly a little shocked that we don't have that. So if I were to advocate going forward for a system in which would make all of your lives so much easier, it would make the employees' information gathering so much easier, it would make your insurance administrator, I can just imagine the questions that come in that might be able to be answered in a more efficient way. So I just think that you have done a tremendous job, and attracting and retaining employees is of significant importance. And the thing, you know, we learned during the women's event that we had here at the city, which again, kudos to you and management for helping to facilitate that. I thought that was a great event. A lot of employees talked about what we used to believe was important on a resume, and somehow making a rationale for why there was a gap in the resume and what that meant and the whole thing. And the younger sect was like, nobody cares. Nobody's checking on that. It's not how the next generation of employees works. They're not lifers, for lack of a better term. And I just think we have to be looking at that as a city. What used to be the attraction and the retention of this super robust benefits package, which I think it should still remain so, and competitive wages, is changing. And what attracts younger talent is different than what it used to be. And we just need to be on the cutting edge of that. And I think we've come a long way with your leadership. So kudos to you, but we do need to get that HRIS system, Mr. Manager.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckes.
And I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. It is such a hard time to do HR in the public sector right now. I mean, everywhere, but I think the public sector particularly, which makes your job harder with, the breadth that you have. I will, and I've maybe been kind of a little more focused on this turnover than my colleagues as the civil service liaison, because Ms. Ackerman 2 quarterly reports ago really laid home what she's been seeing in turnover, and it was cause for concern. I think now it's, being recognized more in the organization, but we do need to know when people are leaving, Mr. Manager, even if it's just quietly to us, because I'll tell my colleagues why. Is recently we had a development memo go out that this person contact this planner for information. I'm writing that. 2 people who are asking. Little do I know that person had left last week. That made us look not very informed, and created a little bit of, because people were sending this person stuff. So we do need that timely information. I try and meet with you twice a month outside of the agenda review. Just, I don't need access to the IT system. I think it's great, but it would be helpful. But I want to focus on the class and comp study, because that's a big lift. As far as I know, and I've, like I said, I've been associated with this organization for a long time. It's only been done once prior in the last 2+ decades. And, in addition to everything else you're doing, the new functions, I really want to see it get done, because I've been hearing we're going to do it, we're going to do it, we're going to do it, and I really want to see it get done. So what of your FTE is project managing it? I know it involves a lot of coordination, project manager of consultants. What's the timeline? I guess you're out for RFP. Who's your project manager on that?
So you're absolutely, thank you for that question. You're absolutely correct. It's a very complex, long project. Jill Atkinson, who is the assistant HR director, is going to be the main lead, and with Jesse Pewitt, the management analyst, being the number 2 as the project manager. Currently, the scope of work is being finalized, and we are also engaging our labor groups for their input, because part of the thing, I think, part of the steps that will make this successful is including them earlier on in this process. The timeline is probably going to, well, be out for RFP in June. I don't have a specific timeline for you right now. I can definitely email that to you, but it is typically an 18-month project
18-month, okay.
once we've selected the vendor, primarily because of the classification piece. We have close to 400 different job titles in the city. I'm thinking 380, don't quote me on that. And every single one of them has to be looked at and be given the proper time for that employee to express what they think their job truly is. So,
Do you have a training manager now also?
the position is vacant, and that person will start at the end of April.
That's the one that's starting the end of the
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll look for the FTEs, and I'm very excited to get that class and comp, because each cycle we move into bargaining without that, I think the whole organization is doing a disservice. And the more we go through budget without that, I think the whole organization has done a disservice. So it's very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council members have any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Norma.
Thank you.
I think we're popping back to finance, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we are popping back to finance. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Vicki Van Buren, Interim Finance Director, for the record. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor, correct? And council members. We have the Finance Department here in front of you, and I just want to mention the FTEs at the top. We have 21 full-time positions. We did have 28, so if you're looking at the previous budget book, it said 28, and that was because it did include the risk positions and payroll, which are now under the Human Resource Department. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. In the Finance Department, we have three kind of sections. We do utility billing, which is going to be your sewer billing. We do the billing for that and the collections for that as well. And then under the financial management piece, that's kind of the bulk of our piece, where we have the accounting function, which does the annual financial report, now called the ACFR, coordinates the audit and provides information for that, the single audit as well. And then in budgeting, that's clearly what we're doing here. And then we do financial planning, organizational support, and fiscal analysis. And those are all of the things that we provide to the city manager's office, to you as council, and to the departments as well, in planning and organizing for the future and projecting those finances. And kind of a new program for us is going to be this grants administration program. So I'm excited to bring that to you and talk a little bit about that. We have a new position in our department. It's not a new position to the city. This position was actually in the city manager's office previously, and became vacant, and was vacant for a little while. And so I actually asked if we could bring that position under finance so that we could do some of the critical accounting and management type functions that we do for grants. Although the departments manage the grants, we in accounting are actually ultimately responsible for making sure that information is in the audit, is accounted for financially correctly, and we do the CFA, which is the federal awards reporting, as well annually. And so those are some really big tasks that our previous accounting manager was doing. And when she retired after 20 years, we kind of looked at that and said, you know, that's an area where we really need some help. And this position was vacant in the city manager's office. So we talked to the city manager. He said yes, so we brought that position on over to finance. So we're very excited to get that up and going, to not only assist us, but assist the departments in recognizing grants, applying for grants, and really being that bridge to coordinate with the departments and us to get that done. We have interviewed for that position, and she actually started yesterday, so we are very excited. Her name is Kelly Russell. She has a ton of experience. She has done so much work on grants, and we're very, very excited to bring her on. So that was a big plus that I wanted to let you guys know about. Our top accomplishments, as for the current year, our global rating with Standard & Poor's, it was upgraded from an A+ to a double A+. And what that actually means is, I printed it off, so it means that we are, an A+ means it was a strong capacity to meet its financial commitments. And then double A-, which is the upgrade, means a very strong capacity to meet its financial commitments. So it's the difference between a strong capacity to a very strong capacity upgrade. Our next accomplishment is we supported the disbursement of the funds and the programs that support the $51 million that we got from the ARPA funds. We also did the CARES funds, that was $46 million. With the ARPA funds, we received half of those funds already, and in May we will get the remaining half of those funds that are dispersed in two amounts. We implemented a new budget management software and an online budget book for the public access. It has 10 years of financial data out there, so you can actually drill down into any area within the software when you go online, and you can see 10 years of history within the departments, and I think that's a great benefit for everyone. So I hope everyone's had a chance to look at that. We've been very pleased, and we've had a lot of people comment on how great it is and how much they enjoy that, so we're proud of it. We restructured the capital improvement process to include a rating criteria and a scoring matrix this year, and we're still kind of critiquing that a little bit. We've been working on that. I wouldn't say it worked as we wanted it to this go round, but this was the first time we've done that. You will see the scoring in your capital improvements sheets that are in the back of the binder that we provided to you. And as we go forward, I think it is the right move forward to use the matrix as a scoring mechanism. We just have to get the right criteria in there to use that, but we're super excited to move that forward as well. We implemented a new automated accounts payable process that decreases the paper handling, and it increases efficiencies and reduces payment processing time, so we get the vendors paid faster, and the departments can actually look up and see online right away whether things have been paid or not. It's really been a good process. Things we're looking at for next year, again, like I said, we won't get that next half of the money until in May. We'll get the remainder of the ARPA funds. So we will continue to do that, make sure that's reported correctly, and coordinate with all the departments to get that done. We're going to continue to work with the city manager's office on the resilient budget initiatives as those have been outlined. And we're always looking at debt service. We're always looking at ways to manage things. One of the things with debt service here is as we move forward to plan that fire station, we're going to be looking at how we incorporate that and what are our best ideas on how we're going to finance that or move forward to do that once we have the design and we know more about that. So that'll be a long-range goal there. We continue to enhance collection efforts in all areas, including code enforcement and fire inspection and sewer billing. And we're going to look at the fleet program. That's one of our big goals for this year, is to look at that and see if there are opportunities to make it more efficient. And also, not only that, we're going to look at making it something more than just a pay-go, because right now we're really still on kind of a pay-go system for our fleet program, and we want to have it more like the fire program that we're doing now with the apparatus replacement. We want to build that in, so that is a goal for this year to move toward that. In our financial summary, we really didn't ask for anything. The main area where we felt we were weak was the grants area, because that was just a real strain on our department, pulling people together to do that. And that, again, was not a new position to the city, but it was new to our department, and so that was the new position that we have. And risk and payroll have moved to HR. And so outside of that, our budget is pretty standard. So that's what I have. Are there any questions?
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. And good job. I know it's hard being interim,
Thank
you know, and you're loading not, you know, carrying the load not only of the finance department of this whole effort, and it came up very suddenly, so I appreciate your presence. The budget book has been good. I've used it online as an online tool, so, you know, that was a great improvement, and I want to congratulate the team on that. The CIP process, I think your predecessor and I certainly have a different vision for it going broader and better. And that includes a public process element, rolling in other CIPs into ours so we can say that we stand not only with this vision for our infrastructure, but the others that other agencies have brought forward. I think it's a long term, and I don't object to it living in finance right now. I think it's really a good place, but it needs to have other components in my vision to advance, you know, the policies of collaboration and broader. It really is a reflection of, you know, your vision, and you're implementing how you're going there. But I think you guys are on a good path. So I appreciate that. The one thing I will say that I would like to see, but I don't see up here, maybe it's for Mr. Manager because he assigns tasks, is rate studies, rate work. You know, I think when you get the sewer fund on an index, it's easy to just let it go, and it's gone, and it's going to go big time in October. But I don't think on the back end it leads to very accountable capital improvement planning. And there's such a stark difference. Two of my colleagues here know that from how we do CIP and rates over at Tumwa, same pipes in the ground, going to the same places as we do over here, but more so on the connection fees, which we all know have been flat since 2014, and we're looking at huge, enormous numbers coming forward. And I just don't see how we can continue to say, oh, we're going to talk about this at a sewer workshop that keeps getting pushed off month after month after month. We should be in rate study design right now for the infrastructure investments that we think we're going to have in the sewer fund. So that is probably my largest dissatisfaction with the financial management right now is we have not been doing rate studies for sewer, even though we are taking on debt obligation on that. And our hookup fees have been flat since 2014, as I understand it, on hookups. And we have had so much growth come in, and they've gotten through very easily. If we had put it on CPI, I think it'd be about 34% more. So we're going to find ourselves in a shortage on the sewer fund, and I'm really nervous about that. And I really wish that the finance department would be taking the lead on a rate study for sewer. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Just going off of what Councilwoman Breckus just said, I have to agree that we really need to look at the sewer rates. I mean, anytime you don't have some kind of CPI or something, you can tend to get so far behind. And she's right that myself and Councilwoman Jordan.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah.
We'll wait for you. Go ahead.
We'll take a break.
Okay. So perhaps you could pause my time.
Okay, we're going to
Madam Mayor, we're
pause.
going to take a quick break.
Yeah, so Councilwoman Breckus can have a little break, so we'll just resume in a minute.
As I was saying, I was just saying that I do think it would be useful, really.
Sorry, one moment.
Oh, we're not, okay.
Hold on, hold up. Let's start over. Oh, yeah, so that. Same there.
Councilmember Dewar, we're ready for you.
Oh, awesome.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me gather my thoughts for a minute. Maybe you can reset the clock.
We gotta reset.
Reset the clock so
All
we can
right.
know.
You're fine. Go
I
ahead.
was just concurring that we have to look at the sewer fees, the connection fees, because at Tumwan, we've brought this up, and I know you don't know about this per se, but we have 12 different parts of town where we have different connection fees based on the cost to provide service out there. So I think it's just something when we get to the capital side of the budget that we want to look at. But I do think it would be outstanding that you be part of it, not just over in the Public Works Department. I think it's a team effort. Number two, you mentioned the grants management, and I think that's incredibly important for the city. And my question to you is the grants management, are you going to have this person actively working on obtaining grants or just doing the back end fiscal management?
Thank you for that question. Well, I think that's something we're looking at as it develops. She's, at this point, we want her to work with the departments to identify grants and help write those grants, but I think it's going to evolve over time to what we need it to be. She can certainly assist them. I think they're still going to be managed as we envision it right now by the departments, but she's going to be an additional resource for them in finding grants and locating them.
Finding and locating,
Yes.
because we are leaving a lot of money
Yes,
on the table.
absolutely.
I mean, having been an agency head myself, there are so many opportunities if you can fit that niche. And a lot of what we do, whether, stormwater, whatever we do, there is probably money out there that somebody wants to give us, if only we would present them with an opportunity that they could appreciate. Those are pretty much it. I'm going to be interested to see, how this whole budget process rolls out, but I have to compliment you and our manager. We were talking at lunch, Ms. Weber and I have really advocated for this style of budget presentation, and you are succeeding in our hopes and dreams of how the budget would be presented and the detail. I do have to also agree with Councilmember Breckus, though, about the organization chart. I too like to see the FTEs, not just the services provided by the department, but the actual FTEs doing a service. They're not always in alignment. You might have a whole box here and it's 20 people, and you might have one other box and it's one person. So it's very hard to get a sense of the array of where we're putting our money, which is primarily our resources, which is primarily our people, to getting the jobs done. So that is a very helpful complement to understanding the budget. If you wouldn't mind, as soon as you can in this budget process, get that to us, that would be great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Perfect. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Darden.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this presentation. I too have great interest in the grant person and all of the scope in which they do. I think we are at a time when, and for the foreseeable future, there's probably going to be more opportunities than maybe we've seen historically at a number of different levels. And I think having a laser focus on that is really, really important. That grant management and grant application expert is really needed. My question is, do you believe, and does the manager believe, that since payroll is shifted over to HR, because that is a behemoth, do you think that frees up enough personnel and time to really apply that to the grant position, or are you thinking that's something additionally?
I think historically we have done an excellent job of remaining compliant with the terms of the grants that we've received, but we have perhaps not been as successful as we otherwise might have with dedicated resources to finding those new streams of revenue and really going out and proactively finding those grants and getting after them that way. And it is my hope, as Ms. Van Buren said just a few minutes ago, that we will be able to expand that program into really working with the departments on a department by department level to target grants that help shore up some of the things where we think maybe we have some opportunities that are unfilled in the organization.
And do you think, absent the transfer of the HR duties over, the payroll duties over to HR, that you might not have had that bandwidth to do that? I mean, I'm trying to see, is there an additional resource coming in, or is it a shift of responsibilities that's going to allow the bandwidth to focus on the accessing new grants?
I will defer to Ms. Van Buren as it relates to the administrative impacts of moving that function to human resources. I would tell you that it just goes as part of a package deal because it's a more people-centric function.
Okay.
I think as far as bandwidth, both of those programs had managers that kind of ran those programs. So you had Dee Malone running payroll, and we had Mike Payne, and they both still continue to run those programs. And they did a very good job of that. I think with those leaving the department, I'm going to do my focus a little more on the grants, at least to the start, to get it really going. We have a grants module that's within the New World system, the financial system we use. We have not really used it, and I really think that that would bring a lot of benefit to the city to use that grants module that we already have access to. And so I really want to spend some time doing that, and I'm excited to do that, and that bandwidth I can shift over to that for the time being.
That's good. That's good. I think that is really helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Madam Clerk, anything else? Do you have anything else you want to add? Nothing? You good?
I did have one more thing I wanted to
Go
add.
ahead.
We have,
Please.
well, I actually have two. We upgraded our online bill pay process to include an interactive voice response program, and it has Spanish translation available now for all the customers. So I just wanted to highlight that because that's a big benefit for the community. So I was excited about that. And I also did want to mention, since we were talking about the rate studies and such, you'll see with your fee study in the back, the fee schedule, we did have a comprehensive fee schedule study done this year, and the report, we just received it this week, is in there for your review. And then when we come back with the next set of workshops, we're going to be talking about the fees. And so they did analyze to do full cost recovery on the fees. It does not mean you have to accept that, but that does include that analysis for your review, and that way you have time to look at it and develop your thoughts on that, so we can have a good hearty discussion on that when we come back at the next workshops. So that is included in there. And that's all I had.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay.
Madam Mayor, the next presentation will be
Thank
IT.
you.
Thank you so much.
I know, I agree.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Same here. This is my first budget presentation for City of Reno for IT.
No, I don't recall ever seeing you up here yet. No?
Oh, only when there's a problem. So now you can count on me how many times you have seen me.
Well, welcome. We're happy you're here. Take it away.
All right. So I just want to go over the department structure first. You all know IT plays a major role in city's business services that we provide, like, reliable, secure, centralized tech solutions to all departments so that they can provide the first-rate services to the public and
Mr.
also
Appleton,
achieve their
I'm
department
so
goals.
sorry to interrupt you. Could you please state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. This is Kanaya Warlakunta, IT Director for City of Reno, for the record. So we provide the technical solutions to achieve their goals is what the highlight of the department. And we have transformed ourselves from a flat IT org structure to see the modern org structure on the slide here. So we have 23 full-time employees, and then the IT department is now comprised of two sections, which is infrastructure and operations and enterprise applications. So infrastructure and operations, as you see on the left, they're pretty much responsible for managing and administering core IT infrastructure, such as storage, server, networking, communications, and cybersecurity, and radio communications operations, and one-stop shop help desk. And I wanted to take some time on the help desk here because they are the ones like huge hit with the pandemic, and they are like, I can say that like the firefighters, right? When firefighters compare themselves as like when there's a fire, they are going towards the fire. When there's a COVID, our help desk personnel, even though people are working from home, the help desk personnel, they are coming on site to help. So I wanted to give a applause to them. They really did a great job with all the resources and constraints that we have. And they do provide end user software and hardware support and business applications, support for email services. And also they do provide mobile device management. We added so many cell phones, tablets, laptops, they all provide that services. And the good part here is like, they constantly learn themselves to provide these services. They didn't have like a prior training. They had to learn themselves instantaneously and provide the services. So that's a great part on help desk when they are providing those services to us. And as we are adopting these cloud services faster than ever, and of course the pandemic is one of the reasons why we're jumping onto these cloud services so fast, because we wanted to rely on the technology. And so based on taking care of those kind of things, and also you guys already heard about like the HR information systems and other finance system, like the grants management system that finance wanted to put in. So we wanted to give that kind of a focus because the change in technology and adapting to the technology is changing. So we're defining ourselves into one focused group team called Enterprise Applications. They kind of like provide application portfolio management and also IT project management. And they also work with other departments to work to get that enterprise application selection process and also their management. We're going to act as an advisory for these departments to navigate through complexities in adapting to these technologies, also identifying, deploying, and configure. So once these applications are deployed, we're going to work with with the departments based on the resources that are available. We're going to create some kind of strategies around that to provide ongoing maintenance and support for these applications to get the sustainability, right? So that is very important. So we bring in so much technology, so we should know how to use it. And if we don't know how to use it, then it's kind of like moot point. I want to share some joke here, like, in one organization, like where I had to bring in a technology, like a scanner, like OCR reader from like, maybe 10 years ago. It was like OCR reading is like great. So when I bought that OCR technology onto the thing, and then they were using that OCR as a paperweight. It's like, so buying the technology alone will not solve the problem. It's the technology and people, process, and adapting to the changes is where we can measure our success. So with that said, enterprise applications does also look into the GIS, which is Geographic Information Systems, which plays an important role to visualize our data on a map, and then also gives us a data-driven decision-making. And also we provide database management system to secure our databases and keep data accessible to every user, and also data analysis and reporting services. Without making any sense, the data being there is not useful. So we wanted to make sense of the data. So that's another section that we're going to add under enterprise applications. So just to give you a rundown on the position point of view under infrastructure and operations, we have one senior network analyst for storage and server infrastructure, one network and communication infrastructure, and then we have 7 people in help desk and cybersecurity. It's the combination of people who provide the cybersecurity. So I'm going to run down on that part. And then the radio communications operations, we have like almost like 1,200 radios. We have only one radio communications operation. And our enterprise application selection and management, all those people, like, we have around, came up for 4, 7, 8. So that gives you the highlight. And then we have one admin assistant. Going back to our accomplishments, there was a lot was accomplished, but I took like really a top accomplishments that kind of like make sense to the audience that I'm presenting here. So one of the big things that we focused on was, cybersecurity. So when we started like working from home and then people taking their devices home and all the stuff, like we wanted to implement like new security controls in place so that like we can have our end using devices are secure and also prevent any ransom attacks that we want to have. So that's why we implemented something called like next generation endpoint protection that gives more ability for IT to visualize how the attack has been taken care, and also it does have some kind of a machine learning inbuilt so that it can keep learning itself. If some of the things slip through the crack, then it kind of analyzes those things and then prevent those future attacks. So I'm proud of that. Like we implemented pretty soon, like within a month of a time, but that added like a more value for the entire city and the public so that we can gain the confidence back with them. They are seeing like a lot of cyber attacks here and there, right? And secondly, when we go into the GIS transformation, that is something that like notable difference in our IT org structure. In the past, GIS was like a traditional map shop, right? Each department, they come and say like, I want this map, I want that map kind of thing. But then we moved our infrastructure to cloud, and then we transformed ourselves from a map shop to an information hub so that various city departments, they can create different applications and also capture the data and visualize that data on the GIS. So we kind of like given city officials such as, we kind of like generated like multiple custom maps such as GIS business license maps, maps for 2021 wards redistricting, residency verification in legislative districts, clean and safe programs. So there were like multiple applications like that we created for multiple departments. They really benefited with that department's transformation into information hub, helping to make some data-driven decisions. And then in face of supply chain issues, IT had procured a lot of end-user equipment such as computers, laptops, notepads, phones, to enable employees to work from home. We also kind of implemented like hybrid meetings using the Zoom platform. To just put this one into perspective, in the second half of fiscal year 2022, I think it's the first half of the fiscal year 2022, we supported 6,500 hours of Zoom meetings. That's just to put it in perspective with the vacancies that we had. Help desk, that's why I want to applaud help desk. Like they really did a great job in supporting our council meetings in the midst of a pandemic. We enabled hybrid meetings in the chamber, and we reconfigured our conference rooms to enable the hybrid meetings. We also intuitively designed a meeting in a box, providing the ability to hold the public meetings in a remote locations. Thanks for the challenge that was thrown at us. I want to thank
No
Councilwoman
problem.
Naomi Dewar.
Happy to do it.
No, it's a great thing to say, We came up with an innovative
Yes, you
idea
did.
by providing as a challenge.
Okay.
And
I'll keep
we-
that in mind.
Yeah.
I'll keep throwing challenges at you.
No, I love challenges.
Okay.
That's why I'm here. And then one of the achievements that we worked with fire and police to deploy this adaptive dispatching software. If somebody calls like 911, the dispatch software kind of like guides them through the questions that they have to ask, and then they deploy the right resources so that we can send the accurate resources to the caller to benefit and improve the efficiency in the dispatching. So those are the notable accomplishments that I want to cover. And going forward, some of the major initiatives that I wanted to talk about is, you guys all experienced how reliable our council chamber technology is, don't you guys? You guys love it, right? But at the same time, our uninterrupted services, unexpected interruptions in the council chamber technologies caused a lot of grief. So we wanted to initiate that, the going fiscal year, to modernize our chamber's technology. And you guys know the impact. I don't have to clearly say about the impact of not doing that. Mm-hmm. But one of the major reasons why that system kind of fails is the age-old hardware that we are using. In this fiscal year, we are upgrading to a new software, but then the hardware that we're going to bring in with this modernizing the chamber technology will really help us. And the way that we are designing that technology is going to be independent of each other. That means the software does not depend on a specific hardware, and the hardware does not depend specific software. So we can pick and choose whenever we wanted to replace certain things. And we're going to unify that system with the new software that we're going to build in this fiscal year. And then we're going to partner with our regional jurisdictions, such as Washoe, Gonty, and Sparks, to implement the regional CAD RMS system. And to just to abbreviate, like CAD is the computer aided dispatch and RMS is the records management system. So we're currently in a phase of assessing the vendors. We're hoping that we're going to finalize a vendor by end of this fiscal year and then get that vendor start implementing that system next fiscal year. So we will be working really closely with the regional partners to create a regional dispatch system. This is going to be really a game changer for us. With all of the modern technologies that are available, it's going to be really helpful for the entire region to rely on one system. And then we're going to really continue to further enhance our cybersecurity to thwart the threats by improving the process and technology to, one of the things that opportunities that I'm going to discuss will align with the cybersecurity. And also, as we has already heard about, like HR information systems, and also you will be hearing something about like enterprise service management. We wanted to, all these enterprise applications, when they are onboarded, so there are so many things that needs to be thought out. And that's why I said, like, we're going to be an advisor to other departments to kind of like partner with them, help them navigate, deploy, and also create that sustainability in the model so that the systems run by themselves that doesn't depend on the person who actually did the work, right? Majority of the places is somebody did the system and then they have the knowledge that they are going to, and then that knowledge goes, the system is no more used. So that's not how we wanted to deploy our systems. We're going to deploy our systems that can work by themselves with the processes and the governance built around it. That's where the enterprise applications team comes into picture in the reorg structure. And we received about $1 million for the fire station alerting system. That's also another legacy system that we're trying to modernize, which is a really old system. The new modern system will have the ability for failover things, and also it has like a high availability. And the way that we're doing with the fire station alerting system is the vendor is going to be supporting the 24/7. And also we have established a pretty good service level agreements with the vendor, and both the hardware and software is going to be managed by the vendor, and it's going to be a pretty good advancement in our fire station alerting system. All right, the numbers game, the finance numbers game. So the things that you're seeing on the slide on the finance point of view, if you look at the 2023 proposed budget, there's a 12.9% increase that kind of includes the 7% CPI. And also going forward, we're going to see fewer vacancies in our org structure that kind of increases the salaries and benefits. And we kind of added little more services in other departments that included the contracted services. And we centralized our communications into Do It. So basically we pulled all our mobile charges and data and everything into one IT so that we can see how much we're spending and we can optimize the things for the city services. That's the difference that you can see on the slide. So along with that, we found some opportunities to enhance our services so that we can provide, better, what could I say, return on investment on the things that we're doing. One of the things that I talked about is the cybersecurity, right? Things are growing in the ransomware attacks, and you guys are seeing a lot of high-profile breaches that are happening. So we wanted to have a position that is dedicated for the cybersecurity, which is going to be a senior IT security analyst, which going to be working towards prevention, the remediation controls for the city. And then we're going to have, as I said, one of the goals that I want to have is a unified operating model for the enterprise applications, and also take over some of the fire department's applications management. Some of the fire department not some of them, most of the fire department software programs are maintained by the fire department. I wanted to take those fire department applications into IT and then create the same unified support for those applications to be available to the fire department. That kind of gives us path, and that's going to be the system analyst. So right now, the fire department, they kind of like work on some overtime to service these things. And then you guys all know, like, the mental health for these employees are really, really important. And then the amount of overtime that they work on those applications supporting kind of like justifies this one as a system analyst. And also it kind of creates the unified governance to operate these enterprise applications. And then you guys all know the story of 2008 freeze. So
2008 what? Freeze?
freeze in positions.
Oh, freeze, yeah.
Yeah. So 14 years of technology adaptation in the city, and then the role of growth in IT has not been addressed. And that's why I wanted to tell those 1-1 positions. So we have like some kind of a bottlenecks in the org structure. We wanted to reduce those bottlenecks, and then those 2 senior network analysts do wear like multiple hats and juggle between the priorities. So this will really enhance the services to improve the security and operational performance, efficiency, and business continuity, and supporting the growth of technology demands. And then I am ready for any questions that you may have.
Questions? All right, Councilman Breckus.
Madam Mayor, thank you for that presentation. It's always nice to see a new department head. And I really appreciate what your department, all through the ranks, has done in the last 2 years. You know, I understand it's, you know, they worked the whole time, and they were, when you're that much internal support, it's really a big job. And I just always appreciate the work they do. And I'm excited to have you aboard and, you know, thinking about a new vision for organizing the department. And I know it's tough in this field because this is a field that there's an ability to move into the private sector probably with more ease than many of the other departments. And so retention is a big challenge there. And the cybersecurity is something, you know, a risk we have to manage. A few things, just comment for you, is one, this fire station alerting system. Is it, if this is the proverbial fixing dispatch related to dispatch, and I heard regional, I'd like to know a little bit more. The manager brought it up, you know, kind of as an aside in our last one-on-one, but I want to know a little bit more of the outline, the players, the agreements, the funding before a contract comes forward, because fixing dispatch has been something that we've had in front of us since 2012. And if this is dispatch, you know, I want to know a little bit more, and I don't want in 4 months. Well, you budgeted to fix dispatch. No, I didn't. I want a policy discussion on that. If it's the fire bells system, fine. So that's comment one. Comment number two is I appreciate the GIS and the information management systems on that as a hub, but I am someone who, you know, if I'm not walking or talking with a map in a meeting, I feel very insecure. I need, because everything we do is physical. So if I'm not hand drawing a map, and I'm not a good designer, or have a map that's prepared for me in a meeting, it's just not productive. So maps are very important to me. And, you know, is the map a GIS, you know, an information tool, or is it a graphic tool? And I feel like there's been times where we've had more of a graphic approach, and the production of the maps has that because it's conveying information. And maybe now, you know, that maybe the platform is better, but maybe we need to up on the graphics production. And I can sit down with maps with you if you need to, and, you know, show you legends need to have this and that. But you know, or maybe I'm asking the wrong person for maps. Maybe the graphics people need to have maps. But the big issue also is, as you reimagine, or let me go over, because I don't want to. I'll just bring up my last point about the your positions when I get my next round. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks so much. Very first thing I wanted to do was thank you for that meeting in a box. That was a great innovation. Although I have seen them struggle. The box is kind of big.
It's heavy.
It's a little heavy. So maybe it needs to be broken down into 2 boxes, but then you might leave one back at the office. But anyway, it really helped us get NABS back on track with being able to have NAB members who are still have some immunocompromising issues participate in the NAB as well as the public. And I think Councilmember Jordan made this point a while back that it really has helped us increase attendance at the NABs. And my favorite thing is the hybrid approach, right? So I'll give you an example. At Western Nevada Development District, we have about 50 board members and they come from all over. Some want to drive in and be in person. So there's about maybe 10 of the 50 that are doing that. Now that we've come back together, the rest, they have to drive hours in, and so they're really wanting to zoom in. We recently had our meeting out at Story County, and their whole broadband went down. It was a really big challenge, right?
Yep.
And so it reminds us to how dependent we've become on the broadband. But you guys have done such amazing work getting people working at home. I know that you took my computer off my desk and gave it to someone, and I was all for it because we had a shortage of mobile tablets, computers, and all of that, and anything to do to help the group. On the GIS stuff, because that was one of the things I wrote down, was that I am a huge GIS, supporter. I've been using it since the 80s in my work, my private work. And we are very dependent as geologists on maps, and they're amazing for communicating information. I'll give you, though, an issue. We recently did the redistricting, and you guys really came up with a great new, interactive GIS map. And there's some things that are really great about it that are improvements over the old maps of the district. And there are some things that are not so much, because it is GIS and there aren't presets, let's say, there's quite a bit of scrolling you have to do to dive down. And it's just a thought to maybe marry up the GIS technology with, if you just want to see Ward 2, just maybe also have that as an option too, or Ward 3 or Ward 4. I think that could work. But the more that we integrate these maps into our daily business, I think the better. And I think a great example to look at and partner is the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. And I think everybody here knows Jeremy Smith. And what he is a GIS guy as well as being the director. But what he's done is he's transformed their annual report, which really, who read that, into a map-based product on the web, interactive, where you can get so much information at your fingertips rather than the old style report. And I would just encourage you to take a peek at that and to also let others in our city know about the technology and the capacity, because maybe other written reports need to be transformed this way. And I think with your help, they could actually get there. So
Absolutely.
it's just something, I know you have a lot to do here. I think the cybersecurity is incredibly important. Obviously, I think there was another whole cyber attack when I was leaving my office today at home in Canada.
Yep.
They were on a Canada Zoom, and during it, everybody's computers went down and were hacked. And apparently it was Canada-wide. So I just thank you for what you're doing. Just think about what I've said, and maybe we can meet offline on some of this.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, definitely. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. I think you've done a tremendous job. I think your entire department, you could probably have everybody that's within your department come in, and a lot of us wouldn't recognize the
Correct.
faces because you're all the ones that are behind the scenes, keeping all the things running.
Yep.
But you are critically, I would argue, the most important cog in the wheel, because none of the rest of us can do all the things we need to do unless you're doing the job that you're doing, which is so critically important. So kudos and praise to you. I will remind everybody, not only during the pandemic did you guys stand up all of our services from home in a matter of days.
Yep.
I mean, it was unbelievable how efficiently that transitioned to homework. But you also had to deal with these chambers and the city council getting
Yep.
destroyed. And we had to have that functionality to be able to do all the things we need to do. And I remember we had a council meeting 3 days after the riots, 3. And you had, I think it was gum and duct tape, but you had it together where we were able to hold a meeting.
Yeah.
And kudos to you, because you could have looked at the building in these chambers and said, there is no way this council meeting is going off, and you pulled it off. So I cannot commend you enough in your department. You are the things that we need to do, all the things that we do from wherever we do it. So this was just me giving praise where we tend to thank different departments and individuals with some regularity. We don't always get the opportunities. So just thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Yeah, we have an excellent team. And they're passionate about serving the community too. So that makes a big difference with the team that I have right now. You know, the services and the passion.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, one more quick thing. I just, for you, and it's probably a project for you, but also with our communications department or group, and that is that, again, WNDD is spending a year analyzing broadband in northern Nevada. And they've hired a firm that, you know, it can't separate out northern Nevada or northwestern Nevada from the rest of Nevada, so they're looking at broadband through the whole Nevada.
Yep.
But what it requires, and this is where I need your advice and comms, what it requires is that people at home test their broadband. They do a speed test, you know, night, day, wherever they are, remote, phone, whatever. And I wondered what your feeling is about broadband in Reno, generally, what have been your experiences. I mean, when I zoomed into this meeting in the beginning, the first 15 minutes were kind of crackly and challenging, and I don't know if that was my Wi-Fi or, you know, regional issues. But we somehow have to get the message out to all our residents, as many as possible, even if it was just our own staff, to test their broadband from wherever they live, whether it's Sparks or out in the county, whether it's night, day, whether they're doing late work, early work, because every time they ping it, that test is recorded by a company that we've hired, a fiber company, that is then looking at where the problem issues are. And we do have some just right in Reno, to my knowledge, you know, whether it's on cell towers or fiber or whatever. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, when I came to the city like 8 months ago, and everybody were kind of like talking about this digital equity and the broadband expansions and all the stuff. There are so many funds available to get these projects done, right? There are many sources of funding. One of the biggest problem that you are saying is like definitely identifying those problem areas,
Right.
and then figuring it out, like, you know, what kind of technology would solve those problems is
Right.
the first thing. And I think our communications team, they might have already Twittered and also put on LinkedIn to kind of like address that part of the speed test tool that you're talking about. It has been done one time. If we have to do it multiple times, I can work with the communications team to enhance that tool and also let our citizens know that there's a tool so that we're collecting the data. And then gathering the data is kind of like where we wanted to look. And we kind of like reached out to other service providers to gather some data.
Well, we actually have a company gathering all the data.
Exactly.
And it occurred to
Exactly.
me that we could maybe use a speed test app.
Yep.
And maybe if we had the app, it would be very much easier to do the speed test, you know, just like they put in COVID apps and for going to other countries, and they check in with you from the CDC. How are you doing today? You know, how's your health? I mean, maybe we need to develop something like that to expand or analyze our broadband here in Reno.
That things, and also I had an idea, but I haven't pursued that idea, which is something called like a private LTE. So when you look at your cell phone on the top, when 5G coverage is not there, it's called like LTE, right?
Right.
So we can build our own LTE. The federal broadband kind of like gives that band to deploy our LTE. Think that providing a Wi-Fi internet connection for the entire city on our own hardware is what that LTE is about.
Awesome.
So there are some ideas. It's just that like we need to come up with the team to structure
I think
and
we
then
could
see
come
idea.
up with a dozen ideas, but you're right. We are a
Yep.
little bit limited in what we can. Thank you.
Yep.
I love
Thank
that,
you.
Kanaya. Okay, Councilman Breckes.
Yeah, and this is more to our manager. I mean, I'm excited that we have an IT director who's new and has a vision and hitting the road, you know, on what he wants to do. But we need to do it the right way in filling positions and reorganizing these departments pursuant to our rules. And I was disturbed this week to hear that there's concern about what manner in which one of these positions was filled, reclassified. It's going to go on appeal up to the Civil Service Commission. So just for articulation of the understanding is the charter gives appointed officers and a list of those, and appointed employees and a list of those, and those are a percentage of the overall workforce. And in June, that list comes to the clerk. And some of those are represented and some are under civil service and some are within the discretion of the city manager, how he decides to hire. But when they're in civil service represented, positions have to go through open promotional status, even if you created a new position. And there is concern that one did not go through the proper format in this complement, and it's going to unfortunately be on appeal before the civil service. It's an outside group has raised that claim, and I just want to share with everyone, we really need to to follow the civil service rules, understand what is appointed, what is not appointed and goes through civil service, and just stay within that framework. And the manager has so much latitude to create new positions, reorganize departments, but we just need to make sure that we have very open processes, transparent and consistent with the civil service rules. And I'll let the council know in upcoming boards and commission comments the resolution of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we have had some really good conversation, and you do have great vision. Tell me, you know this. I read a lot on blockchain technology, cryptocurrency. I know my colleague over here, she absolutely hates it, but this is the future. This is the future, and I'm just trying to, what are you sort of seeing? Because now more than ever, and I think governments have been so antiquated when it comes to technology, but I love your vision because we've had a lot of conversation about it. What are you kind of thinking and seeing what the next sort of roadmap is, what you would like to see, I guess, for innovative technology?
That's a good question. So, in my perspective, with the technology, right? I always look at the problem first and then the technology later. I don't look at the technology and then invent a problem to say that we implemented a technology, right? We wanted to say what problem we solved with the technology is what we should be thinking, is what my strategy. So with the blockchain, I can say, you guys already know about Web 1.0, Web 2.0, blockchain and metaverse are the two things that is going to be the next thing in our Web 3.0. That's what they call it, as a Web 3.0. In fact, Microsoft, they already kind of doing a proof of concept for Microsoft Teams with all this hybrid work
City
concept,
Hall
right?
Inside the metaverse, and you can do all of that.
Yep, onboarding solution on metaverse, on Microsoft Teams. There are so many things that they can be done with the metaverse and the blockchain. There are metaverses that are built on the blockchain technologies, and then every day there are so many metaverses are getting created. In fact, I got a funny idea that, if we wanted to have an onboarding or some kind of things for example, 3D art, right? You're walking down the street, and City of Reno is more into arts, so we can create those kind of arts on the buildings, and then when they scan at it, it kind of pops out as a 3D art using the metaverse, and then they can jump onto their metaverse. There are so many things that we can create, but at the same time, what problem are we solving is what kind of comes into picture.
Right. And then what are you thinking for smart contracts? Looking at that?
Not at this time.
Okay.
But if you have any idea that we wanted to talk about, I'm happy to talk
Because
and
I
discuss
think
about it.
eventually all of everything that we do will all be based on a smart contract, so it won't be able, won't be able to be manipulated. It will be transparent.
Yep.
And I think that is going to be exciting and critical.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to change the way that we do business.
Yep.
Yep.
I agree.
Okay. All those people on Twitter said I was crazy. Mark my words. Whenever I start talking about NFTs and you see who's all in them, and I look forward to bringing our public art NFT. We're working on it, and it's going to be very cool. It'll be the first one, and I think it'll raise a lot of money for arts and culture in the city. So I'm excited to bring it to you guys. Anyway, great job, and always love talking to you.
Same
I
here.
see the future. I love it. Anyway, okay. Thank you so much. Moving right along.
Thank you.
Is that Mr. Tuttle over there? Yes, it is. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
All right. First of all, let me just thank you for allowing me the time to come over here and highlight some of the cool stuff that Reno Municipal Court is doing. For the record, my name is Steve Tuttle. I'm the administrator at Reno Municipal Court. Reno Municipal Court, hereafter I'll just refer to it as the court or simply RMC, is a busy four-judge limited jurisdiction court. It is supported by 48 highly skilled professionals processing more than 18,000 cases a year while maintaining 5 unique specialty court programs. The court's core services are to impartially adjudicate misdemeanor crimes, code violations, and administrative appeals, provide supervised rehabilitation services to those needing treatment, operate in a cost-effective manner, provide all court users, including those needing interpreters, safe and equal access to justice, maintain the integrity and independence of the judiciary, and preserve the confidence and respect of those coming before the bench. The top accomplishments for the court this current budget cycle was the creation of a virtual multilingual courthouse. Over the past few years, the court has been working to establish a robust online presence that enables customers to complete court business without having to come downtown to the courthouse. RMC's current website allows people to file motions, request extensions, submit compliance documentations, and pay financial obligations while at the same time helping them to navigate the complex maze of the judicial system. The court also created a phone application that mimics the website. However, when COVID hit, the court quickly moved its courtroom operations online as well. Judges and court staffs were issued laptop computers, scanners, and cell phone, which allowed them to perform their duties remotely. Using video technology, court staff created virtual courtrooms and compliance counters to process court cases while interfacing with the defendants real time over the internet. New internal workflows were developed to move the case information electronically, thus eliminating the need for hard copy files. And email was used to a greater extent to communicate with outside stakeholders and the general public. During the pandemic, Reno Municipal Court remained fully operational, conducting 80% of its hearings online. Bench trials were the only court proceedings that were being held in person. Throughout this past year, RMC expanded its in-person hearings to accommodate walk-in appearances for all court matters. These walk-ins motivated the court to develop a hybrid workflow model that can accommodate both video and in-person appearances. After analyzing the effectiveness and efficiency of the hybrid model, the court has decided to permanently maintain this new structure and allow defendants, most defendants, to choose how they want to interact with the court, either online or in person. The major initiative for the court. Reno Municipal Court has 3 primary goals for this coming year. The first is to maintain a model court environment. We define a model court as one that other courts would like to emulate. RMC is such a court. For example, several times this past fiscal year, RMC was contacted by other courts throughout the state requesting copies of our bench book, online workflow processes, and the jury handbook. In addition, RMC received several national inquiries regarding our automated text messaging system. This is a system that reminds defendants of upcoming court dates and payment obligations. One of our specialty court team was asked to meet with representative from Senator Cortez Masto's office to help craft federal legislation to address the growing crisis of homelessness and mental health, while another one of our teams was formally recognized by the Veterans Administration for its service to our local military personnel. Additionally, the Center for State Innovation featured RMC's Community Court as a model program in its annual report. This publication is widely distributed throughout the United States. Our second goal, and probably the fastest growing, is our specialty court programs. RMC is committed to the national model. We believe that if we can break the cycle of addiction early at the misdemeanor level, we will save significant time and money by not having to deal with the same repeat offenders. The estimated cost for an arrest is around $1,000. This includes officers' time in the field, transportation to the jail, conducting a pretrial risk and needs assessment, booking and housing a dependent for a single night. Most people placed in a specialty court program are repeat offenders. On average, they are arrested 4 times. This equates to $4,000 per defendant. RMC has 4 unique specialty court programs, not counting the community court, which provides long-term supervision and services to more than 300 participants. Last year, 66 people graduated from one of these programs. Each of these graduates had more than a year's sobriety, no repeat arrests, and many of them had attained employment before leaving their respective programs. These 66 individuals are now giving back to our community instead of taking from it. While remaining committed to them administering fair and equal justice, RMC will continue to provide a humanitarian assistance to those needing help. Over this past year, RMC has worked directly with more than 20 service providers and has strongly encouraged individuals with substance abuse and mental health problems to seek counseling. The court has also assisted others in securing housing. We have helped many obtain identification cards and reestablish health care coverage, and assisted veterans with securing their earned benefits. When the weather started turning cold this past winter, RMC organized an in-house coat drive and collected more than 50 heavy jackets, as well as sweaters, hats, and gloves. Over the past 6 months, RMC has held 2 job fairs where more than 20 people have found employment and were offered free shuttle rides to and from work. RMC has also arranged several health clinics where individuals receive wellness checkups and dental screenings, COVID vaccinations, and flu shots. These health clinics were open to everyone, not just those in the criminal justice system, and many took advantage of the services. And finally, our financial summary. As you can see from this slide, RMC's 2023 budget has a slight increase in comparison to last year. Employee salaries and benefits account for most of this growth. The council was very generous with the court earlier this year when it granted a budget augmentation of $40,000 to meet the legislative mandate of conducting weekend bail hearings starting July 1st. These additional funds will be used to enhance our legal defenders and our court interpreters contract to cover the weekend work. At this time, the court is not asking for any additional funds or positions. So to conclude, RMC will remain committed to work with the city to help build a community that people can be proud to call home. I will now entertain any of your questions.
We were just talking about how we can expand on more of your programs.
Okay.
You're gonna love that.
Certainly.
I love, what you guys are doing. It's really impressive. The specialty courts, the community court is so awesome. It's so good. So, but I just think you guys do a great job over there. And, and I do want to work on the innovative ways in which it's really challenging for a lot of people to pay these fines. And usually, when someone also, especially like if someone's in jail or, the family is too, right? Like, and so I think we have to really look at ways and how we can sort of stop, because many people in poverty, that really is so hard on everyone, right? And how we can just kind of be much more innovative, like with the Court of Innovation. They do a lot of different programs and things like that. And that's one of the reasons I love being on the CJAC, because, there's a lot going on there. But I just, hope that we can, because you guys are over there, so we don't get to see you. We feel like we're a little disconnected, but, just maybe, more ideas in which we can bring like community courts and the veterans court, and everyone loves them, and they work really well.
Well, thank you. I believe they do work well, and you're right about one thing. They actually look at alternatives than the financial penalty. You know, we do, just in general court cases, you know, we'll offer community service, and if a person can't do community service, you know, we really try to work with them to see what it is that they can do. And I've actually even heard judges issuing a sentence of, okay, I want you to go home and I want you to write a report on you know, how many deaths occurred last year due to speeding. How does that compare to Nevada and everything? Because basically, you know, a penalty is just to try to change the behavior. And if there's some people that are financially strapped and they're working two jobs, and this is just going to put them in a very bad position.
Yeah.
And as I think you could hear from the presentation, this court is really focusing on making people successful.
And I don't
we
know
want people to leave the criminal justice system successful. We don't want them to just be repeat
I
offenders.
don't know if you guys have had the opportunity, any of my colleagues, to go to the court and witness those, and I was lucky enough to witness Judge Draculich's court and the process, and he has them journaling, and it's really remarkable what they're doing and the investment and time. It was really impressive, and everyone in the room, there wasn't a dry eye in the room. It was really phenomenal. But you guys should see, because this is what we're doing here, is funding a lot of these ways in which they're taking a different approach. You really are. It's great. It's wonderful.
Again, thank you. And I think what really makes these programs work are the judges themselves. They invest in this heart and soul, and they care about every single one of their defendants, and they know exactly what they're going through. You know, if they're having problems at home, they know about it, and they try to work with them. And you know, the objective is to get these people clean and sober, get them on the right path, and we find out that, boy, once they're on the right path, we can really set them up in housing. We can get them employment, as demonstrated. You know, we're having job fairs at these community courts now, where you know, employers are coming in and hiring these people, and because they realize, hey, I'm getting somebody that's been sober for a year, that's really committed to a program and will commit to my business.
And go check out Hazlett Stevens Court, the community court. It's amazing. He's doing a phenomenal job.
He's doing a great job.
It was tremendous. So anyway, great job. Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the presentation. It was excellent. I'm sorry I missed a little bit of it. And so I want to go back to one of the things that you spoke about, and that is the concept of a permanent hybrid judicial system, where many court proceedings will continue to be held remotely. I guess for my part, I want to continue to say that having all of us now gone through the pandemic, I hope that we have learned some things on the other side of it, right? And one of the things I hope we've learned and I'm a lawyer, so part of the judicial process, is that we can do a lot of this online. And when people have to take time off of work to come to court, I think we're putting them in a precarious position, because a lot of people do not have paid time off. They've got to deal with childcare related issues. So whatever you can do to make sure that those kind of opportunities continue into the future, I really believe strongly that we've got to do that. We do not need people to come to court. I mean, yes, there are some things for which people have to come to court, but I would say that there's a great deal of things that can be done permanently via Zoom. I think our court personnel appreciate it too. I mean, it's just less stress and wear on the folks in the building, the participants. So tell me a little bit about that, understanding that I'm much in favor of it. So,
it's a really cool system. You know, we set it up on Zoom. We contact them. They actually contact the court. We send out, once they're cited, we send out traffic. We send out a notice that says, how do you want to appear for court? Do you want to appear online, or do you want to come in? If they appear online, here's the instructions to do so. What they do is just like a Zoom conference here, we put them into a waiting room. If they'd like to speak to the city attorney prior to their court case being heard in court, the city attorney's there. They can negotiate. Sometimes they can negotiate and they don't even need to go into court. They'll say, okay, I'll plead to a lesser charge or whatever. If they go into court, then they will be, brought in front of a judge over the Zoom connection. They'll go through the proceedings, and then once the judge is done, what they will do is they'll be placed into another breakout room, which is our compliance counter that says, okay, the judge sentenced you to this, and the judge sentenced you to community service, 20 hours of community service. We'll break that down into how many days do you need to do this? How about a 30-day window? We'd like to see you do 4 hours of community service every time you show up. So we'll set up the parameters at our compliance counter. And all this is done, you're right, while they're at work, while they're on their phone. They had to take a long break, 20-minute break to get their court case heard, and then they're back to work, and it's not a 2-hour, interruption to their daily work lives anymore. And what's really cool about this is now all those people that were cited from out of state, from California, that aren't coming back, and they're going, well, I'm not going to come back to Nevada, so I'll just let this site go, are now calling in. We have a mechanism where they can call in. The only proceedings, which we can do online, but a defense attorney will not do it, and that is trials.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Nope. Okay, good job.
Thank you very much.
Great seeing you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Madam Mayor, that concludes our presentations for today.
All right.
But we do need to recognize the hard work of Lindsay Hatfield and Mark Stone, who have been hiding quietly.
I know you
over
guys
there
are sitting over there.
all day, and they are immensely helpful in getting all of this organized and pulling off a relatively orderly series of presentations. So,
Yeah, good job, you guys.
finance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so far, I mean, honestly, because we've been through a lot of budget, I think the way that you guys are doing it now is absolutely the most helpful for us. Because before it used to be like, one meeting, you get in there and then there's like a million questions, and it was just very unorganized, hard to follow the process. So what you guys are doing now is very helpful. I think it's great. You've done a great job. And you guys are so quiet over there. Yes, would you like to come on over? But no, thank you so much. Fantastic. All right. Anything else? Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, can I get a roadmap for tomorrow? We just tell us who we've got on deck tomorrow, so I'll be prepared.
That's a great idea.
Microphone on. Of course. So, over the course of 3 days, we've set up a series of presentations. Tomorrow is focused on public safety. So you'll see fire, police, and public works tomorrow. Today was the admin services, sort of the core grouping of folks who keep the organization moving forward. And then Thursday will be the things that are more outward facing and will demonstrate sort of measurable needle moving for the community at large.
May I ask two follow-up questions? Or,
I had a follow-up question too. Go ahead.
okay, thank you. So, I've heard and even seen in some of the materials, we're getting this, we're getting that, or this. I'm really trying to understand the broad parameter of how much growth to these baseline budgets, department budgets, you're recommending. So what I'm seeing here is these are baseline requests. They're telling us the baseline. They're telling us their accomplishments. And then when are you going to tell us what you're recommending in terms of budgetary growth and broken down by line items?
Yep. So you're right. What you're seeing from the departments is their achievements, of course, and recognizing the investment that the council's made in their respective departments over the last year. They're talking about their pinch points and their opportunities for improvement in how they deliver services to the community and to the organization if they're one of the more internal-facing functions. We're looking at these meetings as an opportunity to take feedback from the council. Obviously, we have some strategic planning work that we're doing too before we get into the adoption process in May. And so you'll see a recommendation after we've gone through these meetings and discussed the strategic plan.
So, okay, and that follows up to my next question is, you have to send a draft budget down by April 15th. And is it your interpretation, and we had this at another board and commission, that we take an action, a vote on sending that tentative budget down? Or do you just send it down administratively?
I believe that this can be sent down administratively.
Okay, that conflicts with other legal advice we've received at other boards and commissions, so I'd love, an attorney opinion on that. But and it has been done administratively by this body, to my understanding, always. But I guess I'm to take then, when you send that budget down April 15th, you're showing the growth there. And then we'll convene in May, and we obviously, because it's not an adopted budget, have the opportunity to say, no, we want, this over here and that over here. But will you show us, on that tentative budget that you set down, how what you've moved around, so that we can understand at that point on April 15th what you're thinking of changing? Because it's, if the state gets it, we should get it.
I will work with Ms. Van Buren to provide an appropriate level of detail at this phase of the budget workup.
Okay,
Madam Mayor?
go ahead.
So tomorrow you said fire, police, and public works. Is it going to be in that order?
That is the order we have it sketched out, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in that order.
No, that's good. I may have to leave a little bit early tomorrow, so I was trying to understand who was up first, who was up second. And then at what point will you be presenting us a reminder of our strategic plan priorities?
So the strategic plan is sort of woven throughout all of these presentations, if perhaps not by name. We do have a series of conversations set up for the month of April as it relates to the strategic plan and the priorities of the council.
Okay, and what I think what I was more referencing was just a visual to remind us all what we designated as our strategic priorities, because there was what, 3?
There are 6.
Okay, 6?
And so I will.
Just a one sheet,
Yep,
just
we
something
can-
that, just so we can kind of go, oh, yes, I remember.
Absolutely, we can
Okay.
have that for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Go ahead.
So you already presented us the earliest part of today, some 87 positions, 106 total, something all laid out, I think.
Yep. So,
And go ahead.
well, as part of the process on the administrative side, of course, all of the departments have an opportunity to express where they think there's an opportunity to improve their functionality. And so what you're seeing there, and it is included in more detail in your binder than was in the slide deck, is the actual line item requests from every department. And those total about $16.8 million. We need to pare that down into that $4 million box that Ms. Van Buren described earlier. And so what we're looking for here before we make specific recommendations is just feedback, as you've been providing to every department head.
So maybe, this is important to know because I guess I didn't really understand. So the 87, are those the asks, or are those what you've already decided that you want to ask for? Or?
Those are merely opportunities identified by the respective departments. And so they are not something that's been recommended yet by the city manager's office. They are not yet necessarily prioritized by this body or by the city manager's office.
Okay.
They are simply a starting point for conversation.
Okay, so should we, like tomorrow and going forward, should we be giving you specific, information? Like, for example, when we talked about the clerk, I heard what you said about the police doing a lot of the work on answering the public records requests. But I also know that the clerk has to receive it, process it, manage it, make sure it gets back out, keep the time clocks running. So they need help over there too. And during the meeting, I said, well, what about this? Is that the moment I was saying, what about this? And you were hearing that and you were thinking, I got to look at this list?
So as members of the elected body say, in essence, hey, this is a thing that's important to me, yes, I'm making notes to say
Okay.
this is an area
Okay.
that has caught the attention of the elected body. As it relates to the records question in particular, I again echo what Madam Clerk had to say earlier and say that is a conversation that's been ongoing for the better part of 6 months now.
Gotcha. Okay. And another example, I really believe in GIS. Does that mean I'm indirectly telling you at any GIS requests, I'm supporting those?
No.
Oh.
What it means is GIS is an area that's important to you.
Yeah.
And, we're sort of taking it all holistically
Okay.
and what we
All
can
right.
achieve.
I'm not really sure if they asked for any GIS people. That didn't come clear in the presentation.
They did not.
Okay. So what I'm trying to marry up with is what we care about, what they're really asking for, where we are. It's kind of a refinement. So, okay, that I think it helps to understand what you're thinking.
And, I think what Ms. Jarden was asking for is slide 6 of what Ms. Van Buren gave us. The slide of the strategic plan priorities.
Yeah, I thought
I think
it was
I think
here
it's,
already.
I think
Yeah.
it is that.
Okay.
I
Do you
kind
have
of
any
remembered
public
it
comment,
too.
Madam Clerk?
Right here.
We're ready to move to our next item, C1, which is public comment, of
Okay.
which we have none.
Okay, thank you so much. Then we're gonna move to our next item, which is, may I get a motion to adjourn? A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, good job. Thanks, everyone.